leave scars, and they say love is hard, but I ain't got no scars, and I still got my heart. I disagree, no. I say love is easy as long as you're here with me. I disagree, no. I say love is easy as long as you're here with me.
Okay, I'm doing this next one. Strap yourselves in. When you were here before, I couldn't look you in the eye. Oh, you're just like an angel. Oh, your skin makes me cry. Oh, you float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. Oh, you're so very special. But I'm a creep. Oh, I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh, I don't care if it hurts. Oh, I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. Oh, I want a perfect soul. Oh, I want you to notice when I'm not around. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special. Oh, but I'm a creep. Oh, I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? Oh, I don't belong here. Oh, 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 she running out. She running out. She run, 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 run. Whatever makes you happy. Oh, whatever you want. It's so fucking special. I wish I was special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh. Okay, one more and hit it. One more and then we'll hit it. This is the Davis Aurini version. Okay, hi. Now, white shirt, now red, my bloody nose sleeping. You're on your tippy toes creeping around like no one knows. Think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees for you. Don't say thank you or please. I do what I want when I'm wanting to. My soul so cynical. So you're a tough guy, like a really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy. Just always so puff guy. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, might seduce your dad type. I'm a little bad. Duh. I said I'm the bad guy. Yeah. So you don't even need to change the lyrics when it's Aurini. I'm obsessed with him. Why? No, I just do a good impression of him. And someone's got to remember Davis. If it won't be, give it another like 6 months to a year, and there'll be no one left who remembers him. It is up to us to make sure his legend lives on. What happened to him? Well, he got banned about over a year ago, and yeah, and he hasn't come back. He's still on his. I mean, he's. I don't know. I haven't checked it in a long time, but I mean, he was still posting on his website. But is he on Twitter? I don't know, dude. I'm not even on Twitter, so don't ask me. It's a testament to his popularity, that the fact that you didn't even know that he'd fucking got banned about a year ago, because almost none of his videos have been mirrored. Did I see the Stefan? No, I wouldn't watch any debate. I don't know who Jay Dyer is, but I wouldn't watch any debate with Stefan. I don't really fucking care for debates on, like, you know, as they are, you know. I've seen Stefan Molyneux's. I don't think he would debate Jordan. What's he going to debate Jordan Peterson on? Yeah, where to get some decent fucking. Yeah, I think Jordan Peterson's got enough problems without having a fucking. He's in a coma. I don't care. I mean, this is my thing. Everyone's. I find it fascinating with Jordan Peterson, like in his recent problems. Like everyone seems to be like, everyone who's like who like doesn't like him or has opposed him seems to be obsessed with like how they're supposed to deal with it. How about this? How about just don't give a shit, because it's got it's nothing to do with you. It's his personal. It's, you know, it's his. They're his problems that have got nothing to do with me. You know, I'm not invested in him as a person or as a human being. These are, you know, it's his personal life, and that's it. It's favorite YouTuber who isn't you. Oh, it's quite a few. I'd say, God, there's quite a few. I couldn't really narrow it down. But I like LA Beast. He's a good one. I like Beard Meets Food. He's good. I like Vsauce. They're good. In Mendham, obviously the greatest ever. God, I like Salted Food as well. They're really good. I've actually recently, last week or so, because I was just looking for something like mindless to sort of enjoy, and I sort of so I started getting into drama. Like I started getting into YouTube drama, but between all of the big popular channels that I normally never fucking watch. And Hey Harley, so I've got and one thing I've learned is it's like back in our day we had some even the worst people in our little sort of sub community on YouTube, even the worst people were nowhere near as bad as some of these fucking awful. I mean, there are some good channels out there, some of the bigger ones, but there are some fucking absolute awful cunts. I mean, like people who I can't work out how they got so many millions of subscribers. I mean, not even the obvious one. I mean, the worst one from what I could was this cunt called there's this guy called Rice Gum, or as he was, or Asian Jake Paul as he's nicknamed. But he's even worse than Jake Paul, I would imagine. I mean, this he's just the buses are off their timetables. Oh, sorry, Lewis. But yeah, people. People like. But there are some. I've got into some chat. I mean, I'm probably the last person to get into iDubbbz, but he's really good. But I've got into him about 7 years too late. I know. Rice Gum made a content. iDubbbz made a content. But who's the other one? Colossal. He's Colossal's good, but it's just a shame he doesn't make many videos because it probably is, but I mean, but it's not even that. It's not the fact that I mean, even people who I don't like, who are popular, I can still, in most cases, I can still look at them and go, well, I can see why they're popular. You know what I mean? I don't like The Amazing Atheist, but I get what his appeal is. I don't like Pat Condell, but I get why a lot of people, are drawn to him. I don't like Thunderfoot, but I get why there's even with Onision, I don't get it, but I can see where they. But with Rice Gum, it's like there is not a single. I haven't seen any shred of evidence that this guy has got a single redeeming fucking quality. He's just a horrible, obnoxious, just flexing little wanker who just seems to be a horrible, rude little cunt who likes to flash off how much money he's got. Yeah, well, I was actually introduced to Colossal by someone a couple of months ago, and they sent me his video about The Amazing Atheist. They said, "Oh, you should watch this." And I'd never heard of Colossal before. I like. Do you know what? I actually got into the survival, the survivalist videos, like the people who go out with just a fucking penknife and a tarpaulin and fucking who go camping, or the people who do urban stealth camping, or the people who go out in the woods and fucking. Is he still popular? Well, he's more popular than me. So, yeah, I mean, if I'm still here, there's no reason, I mean, the thing about it is, thinking about TJ, I mean, his channel suffers from the same problem a lot of channels suffer from, is that fact, he's got like a lot of subscribers, but his viewer, like the views he gets in AA, who's AA? Don't know who that is. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I didn't see, I didn't know about this Cooking with Jack guy before. Immigrant. I'm not watching it. I'm just, I don't care. Like, I mean, I've made this point before. Like, I'm not gonna. But like you say, he's got like over 1 million subs. But I mean, his videos get like what 50, 60,000 views. You know, on a good which is what he was getting in about 2010. You know, but that's but I mean that's true of a lot of channels. That's not a reflection on him. Yeah, but I mean the cooking with Jack. I mean the thing is that Jack guy. I mean that Jack cooking with Jack guy. I mean he was responsible for one of Gordon Ramsay's most legendary moments, which is the where's the lamb sauce? Yeah, he was responsible for the lamb sauce. Yeah, he was on kitchen. He was on Hell's Kitchen, and he got eliminated pretty early. But thoughts on Cambodia? I don't know. I like some of their exports, but I know nothing about it, mate. I know that's where excitement comes from. My hair's fading. Need to do something with that. Where actually is Outer Mongolia? I mean, I know Mongolia. What's the difference between Outer Mongolia and Inner Mongolia? I'm thinking of Colombia. I don't know. Probably. Well, there you go then. That's your answer. That shows how fucking little I know. You miss Sarayuki. He's still on Facebook. I haven't spoken to him in years. If you didn't know my last name, it's okay, mate. I'll forgive it. Mongolia, which is the country that unintentionally birthed the English languages. What I think is one of the most interesting slurs in the English language, which is Mong, which is a slur that manages to be not only ableist but racist at the same time. It doesn't really matter what Mongolia. I mean, Mongolia is fucking ludicrously it's just insanely massive with fuck all in it. What happened to him? What do you mean? What happened to him? He's on his channel. Go to his channel, dude. Why do people come to my live streams to ask about other YouTubers they could just literally look up? Something to do in New York. Don't know, mate. I've only been there. I've been there. No, I've been to New York twice technically, but it was it was a long time ago. Go see a show. Who's in Mendham? Oh, dude, if you don't even know, if you don't know, then I wouldn't go to New York just to do that. Can't we just wait till Trump's dead and then just all go piss on his grave? I mean, wouldn't that be more fun? Listen, the fact that the fact that Emendham ever had any, see, this is why I will always defend Emendham, right? I know loads of people hate him, and can't, and I totally understand and get that. But here's the thing: in this day and age of YouTube, where people come on here and all they want to do is say and do, and they just want to kiss people's asses and say and do whatever they've got to do to get an audience. They'll just do, and all they want to do is get as many subscribers. I like the fact that there's this one guy who is the absolute opposite, who does literally the opposite. He does every single fucking thing he possibly can, to just fucking make, to just, the fact that anybody ever subscribed to him is a miracle when you think about it, let alone 11,000 people. Yeah, but he hasn't just got the Amendum channel. He's got his other. He's been on his Draft Science, which I don't watch because I have no interest in that whatsoever. But he's calmed down a lot. I mean, he doesn't make it's the long hair guy. Oh yeah, that's it. That's the thing about amendment. Like, you have to work. You have to sort of like, in order to see the, in order to see the appeal, you have to really, you have to trawl through a lot of it. Watch a lot of it. You have to go through a lot. But and also what I like, for me, amendum is, specific as far as users who are still going. Amendum, is one of the sort of reasons that I liked YouTube when I came on it, because because the thing is that wherever you think of it, like, Gary is interesting. He's an interesting guy, and the things, his ideas and his points of view, I would never have heard, because no one would ever give him a platform. He would never have a fucking, a chance to get a platform or get anywhere. And I like the fact that people like him can come onto here and can, and I can hear people like that, Yeah, but Gary's hated you. Listen, saying Gary hates YouTube, but Gary hates everything. I mean, of course he hates YouTube and Google. He hates literally every single fucking thing, he hates existence and life itself. So he didn't. Yeah, but he didn't. He didn't. He was kind of forced to move out of Mendham, isn't it? No one knows. And he wasn't happy about that. I kind of felt bad for him. Then, you could, he's kind of like, it's. Yeah, I mean, lots of people have their own. I mean, I've technically got my own. I mean, I've got fucking. I mean, I've got two web domains and a fucking, and that I've still, waiting to sit around on my ass, waiting to get fucking made. Which I say waiting to get made. I've got to make them, but it's just finding that time, or just finding someone who can. I mean, they're only WordPress accounts, but I've got, I know you weren't criticising his actions. I wasn't accusing you of it. I'm just, yeah. People can say what they want about his appearance. I think he looks pretty damn good for someone who's nearly 60. I think he's like 59 years old now or something, isn't it? Something like that. I think he's 60 this year. Am I ever going to smoke that? No. Not now. I mean, I was about to, but now you've made that point. What I like to do, this is just a little thing I like to do during live streams, because I know it drives people mad, is to hold up a cigarette. This is the Chekhov's gun of live streams, right? If you want to just sort of like, subversive, if you want to do some subversive trolling, then all you got to do is just hold up a cigarette, keep putting it in and out of your mouth, almost light it, and it drives people fucking mad. I don't know why it's an OCD trigger. OCD for what? What do you? So I would have lit it by now if you hadn't said anything. I know you don't mind it, Shadow B, but yeah, that's you. I'm not doing this for you. It's not a universal. It's not. It doesn't universal, but it'll work. All you need is 5 people and it'll put some weed in it. Why? Be boring as hell. Now, put some PCP in it. Now you're talking. I remember candy cigarettes when I was a kid. Hey, that was the 70s, dude. They were still selling those in the 90s. And the other one was those fucking. You used to get those fake cigarettes in joke shops that were just like that had like sort of like a sort of fine talcum powder in the end, and you sort of did that, and sort of like fake smoke came out of it. Dude, Marcus, your brain does not act like it's on PCP. Trust me, I've seen what people act like on PCP. You would not be in here typing coherent sentences if your brain acted like, you'd be sat at home, slowly removing your skin with a cheese grater. No, you see, you shouldn't describe Blair White as a transgender transphobe, because that's not accurate. Like, Blair White is, and I've said this before, so forgive me if I'm repeating myself. Like, if you've ever seen if you've ever seen Little Britain, and the character Daffyd, the only gay in the village, that's Blair White. Right. She doesn't. She doesn't. That's why she has to. She does everything she can, and she has to undermine and fucking every single other person who's transgender. They're not as properly transgender as she. She'll find any reason. The same way that Daffyd would be like, "Oh, I'm the only gay in the village," and then another gay person would turn up, and by the end of it, he's like, "Get out of here, you fucking puffer!" It's like that's what Blair White is. She just, she's not special anymore when she comes on YouTube, because there's loads of people on here who are transgender. So she does it she goes to the only place where she's gonna be special, And there's big money, right? But I mean, there's lots of grifts. I think it's always fair to accuse people of grift. Some people are just fucking stupid, I mean, like, there are some people I don't like Tim Pool. I'm convinced Tim Pool isn't a grifter. I think he's genuinely that fucking stupid. And it was his debate with Sam Cedar that he had a couple of months ago that convinced me of that. Because if you're a grifter and you're a grifter, you avoid any circumstance where you're going to be exposed as someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. And Tim Pool, the fact that Tim Pool chose to fucking, the fact that he chose to debate Sam Cedar, and it was so bad that even, the Crowder, it's not just Crowder. There's lots of people, like that. But I mean, like with Tim Pool, he chose to debate Sam Cedar on his channel, and it went so badly that even his own subscribers were like, I'm amazed you fucking, I'm amazed you had the gall to upload this. And I was just watching it and just, and I just came to the conclusion that I don't think it's fair to call him a grifter, because I think he genuinely is just either that, or he over fucking estimated his gish gallop, his abilities to fucking, but I mean, but Crowder's always done that. Crowder did the same thing a couple of years ago with Potholer. Like, as soon as like Potholer wanted to debate him, suddenly Crowder was like, "Oh, I'm very busy. Oh, I'm not well. Oh, I'm this." Rubin's the same. Rubin does the same thing. Maybe I think he's that as well. Well, the problem is it's not that necessarily they're stupid. I think the problem is with a lot of them is that it's not that they're stupid, but they've spent so long just talking to people, talking to an audience that is, and appealing to an audience that is fucking stupid, that they forget sometimes, you know. Yeah, Potholer is the shit. I've said this since day one. He is the absolute. He is fucking brilliant. If you're not watching Potholer, then everyone who bangs on and on about fucking science channels, like, you know, so if you want a science channel, watch that guy. He's not even a fucking scientist. He's a journalist, you know. Hey, Gaiman. Don't forget to like that smash button if you haven't already. I don't want to debate Crowder. I've got nothing to debate him on, and plus he doesn't do debates. I don't know if you've noticed this. Stephen Crowder only debates people if there's some 18-year-old student who he's caught off guard. Yeah, he doesn't. Well, he still always will upload, but I mean, you know, he dips in there. But I mean, he's a busy man, you know. What do I think about Vaush? I don't watch him, to be honest with you. He's one of those channels I'm subscribed to, but I almost never watch, you know. And to be honest, I don't get into this fucking, you know. I can't stand all this, you know. Do you know what? If people on the left spent as much fucking time and effort on actual worthwhile causes and actual activism as they did coming up with different labels to fucking and subcategories for other people on the left, then they might actually get some shit done. It drives me fucking mad, you know. Dude, people call everybody everything. I've been, you know. I mean, I remember, like, it was only like I was like I remember the first time someone. It was only a few months ago. Someone used the term bread tube, and I was like, "What the fucking hell is that?" And you know, and they just bang up, and they just fucking. I'm like, why are you so obsessed with fucking? Why does everyone have to be in like a little? Why do we have to come? Why don't you just fucking, you know, get on with it? You know, if we all just sort of like focused, facing the right fucking direction, you know, and stopped obsessing about fucking, you know, stopped having these grandiose ideas that we, you know, for like, you know, for like some fucking revolution that you are not gonna fucking, that's not gonna come. Why don't you just get on the fucking, you know, why don't you just make your videos on whatever you want and fucking just. Well, breadtube is like you know, left wingers, but I don't know why it's called breadtube. I don't know why. I honestly don't care. You know. He just is what he is. I mean, you know, like I hate this idea that someone has to be perfect, you know, in order for, like, you know, or for as to fulfill every criteria for them to not be of any value. Or I mean, like we were talking at the start, like, you know, we were just like we started this, we were talking about people like iDubbbz on Colossal and people like that. You know, I mean, I don't, you know, I don't have a problem. You know, you know, he uses, you know, he uses certain like language and stuff that a lot of people would object to just for the fact that he's used it. But at the same time, you know, I don't see what he's doing is in any way detrimental to anything I'm focusing on. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, I mean, let's face it. If you took away all the fat jokes from Colossal's food, his videos would be about 5 minutes long. But I mean, it's like, but it's like, yeah, like I'd never heard of Fousey Tube till I watched Colossal's video, and then I started watching all that. And funny thing is, he like that if Fousey Tube was like, he took about 6 months off, and he was on Logan Paul's podcast, and he's doing much better. It's amazing how, you know, it's amazing how, like, when people get out of their little, you know. When I just felt bad for the guy, I just felt, you just watched him, like, the guy's clearly not well, and that was the other thing I was like, and this shocked me because I ended up watching a couple uh, of Logan Paul's podcasts, and if you haven't seen it, it's amazing because Logan Paul, he's like normal on it. He comes across as a very normal, nice, you know, dare I say it, at times, moderately intelligent guy. He's nothing like the dickhead everyone's used to. Yeah, which is kind of sad that's the way it's like. It's like, dude, if you'd been this guy, if you'd been this from the start, you could have just been. You could have ended up just as popular. You'd certainly be more popular because people are always going to inevitably compare Logan to his brother, and it's not too difficult to look that fucking. Yeah, but I don't listen. I don't. Go by what I hear. I hear that a lot of people. A lot of you hear that a lot of times people say, "Oh, I met him in real life. He's a dickhead." I'm like, was he, or was he just having a bad day, or was he just not? I don't really care. I mean, what he's like in real life is irrelevant to me. People say the same thing about me. You know. Yeah, and nothing Jake Paul can ever do will ever wipe out its everyday bro, which is just. I still have an unhealthy. I wouldn't say it's irrational, but it's bordering on, dangerously. When you hate something so much it gets into your soul, you can't stop thinking about it, and it just sort of like it burrows its way in because it just on every level it just fucking rings rattles every cage. Like that is that song. It's not even a song. I'm not even going to call it a song. It's like, the only bit of it I can stand is the bit where those two Mexican geezers sing in Spanish because I don't know what the fuck they're saying. It's not even the fact that it's not even the fact his videos are crap. It's the fact that he's like he quite clearly fucking like rips. He knows he's got a very young audience, and he constantly does stuff that just rips them off. Or he just comes up with these, like, he'll come up with a new website or some idea to get some fucking money out of them. And give them nothing back. No, nothing will. No, no. I will never, as long as I fucking live, fucking hear a song worse than It's Everyday Bro. And if there is, I don't want to. Yeah, yeah, but I'm almost convinced he fucking said he called that song "England Is My City" just because he knew, you know, if nothing else, people will remember it because I got that fucking, because I can't believe, I cannot believe someone didn't fucking. No, it's. Do you know what the thing I hate about that lyric is? That's the lyric that pisses me off the most. Is that fat geezer who says, because he doesn't even rhyme Compton with Brompton, which is his last name's Brompton, and his last name's Crompton, but he doesn't rhyme Crompton with Compton. Like, he says Crompton halfway through the first line, then says something else, and then he puts Crompton at the end. I'm like, you haven't even your last name is Crompton, and what? Since, I mean, this is 2020. Since when who the fuck still believes that you have to be from Compton to be able to? No one ever fucking claimed you had to be from Compton to be able to. It's not a wasted opportunity. It's just incompetent songwriting. It's right fucking there. That's where he was going. There was no reason to bring up Compton other than to rhyme it with his own fucking name. Cheers for that, Troy. I saw what you did. Yeah. Do I still have the, no, God no. Don't have any football shirts now. I think the only last football shirt I had, it wasn't even one that I bought. It was just one that someone gave me. It was a blue Real Madrid shirt with Gareth Bale. On here, but yeah, I used to, but I used to like the older. Well, that was the last time I was into football. Was like 2004. I didn't really Generally, what will happen is around the World Cup or around the World Cup or the Euro tournament, my mum will buy a load of fucking England shirts and we'll wear them. Do I still like wrestling? Of course. Why would I not? What, we then going to stop after 31 years of watching? I'll never stop liking it. That's my thing, man. That's just that's my that's my thing. That's the thing. That's my thing that I can be. Everyone needs something, something stupid and that doesn't matter. They can get like into some, it's my one sort of like thing I'm nerdy and geeky about that I've watched been into since I was a kid. She buys England shirts, but she doesn't say she's from England. Your train's arrived. See you later, sir. Like Doctor Who. No, I was never into Doctor Who. I watched Doctor Who. I mean, when it was on kids' TV when I was a kid, like in the early 90s, I watched it. But that was nothing like the Doctor Who's that you're used to. Am I upset? No, I couldn't give a shit. Dude, this is the thing that annoyed me about this fucking whole WWE in Saudi Arabia, because this is what pissed me off about it, right? Is that Jamal Khashoggi gets murdered, right? And it's quite obvious that Saudi Arabia did it, and then suddenly everyone starts fucking having a go at all these companies or all these organisations that are doing business with them, and I'm like, hold on, weren't most of the 9/11 hijackers from did we just forget about that? Weren't that most of the 9/11 hijackers were from Saudi Arabia? Was that not enough of a reason to boycott them in the first? Was there no? And even if they hadn't done either of those things, isn't there enough reason for you to boycott it in the first place? But now all of a sudden, because this one journalist who no one else has fucking ever heard of has been murdered. Now all of a sudden, and let's be honest, most of the fucking people, most of the sort of focus on all of these companies was put on them because no one wanted to fucking, I haven't seen the, is America still selling arms to them for $100 billion? I bet they didn't fucking, I bet they didn't boycott it, did they? No, they're still an ally, and that was the sort of thing. I was like, it's a fucking wrestling show. I don't care. You know what I mean? You know, anyone who watches a wrestling show and is convinced by their, if someone gave me $100 million fucking dollars, I'd say nice things about them, just for the hell of it. But like, I just didn't see. I just didn't care. I just don't care. I mean, if anything, all that WWE are really doing is they're getting money. They're getting like several hundred, they're getting like $500 million fucking dollars off of Saudi Arabia. That's money they're taking out of it. Yeah, I'd say, I'd say nice things about Gorka for $100 million. And here's the thing, and I think also a lot of people, they underestimate the sort of like, no, not for 100 million, mate. I don't have any integrity. But I think people underestimate the, the sort of the impact that sort of like, think that certain Western, that aspects of Western entertainment in areas like that can have. It might not seem like a big deal that they had the first ever women's wrestling match at the last one, but that's the sort of thing that can fucking like have more of it, more of an impact, or more of a sort of that can, they're the sort of things that fucking stick with people. There's an argument. I can't remember where I read it now, but it was talking about how like when certain countries that were known for being sort of like oppressive, or having sort of like very sort of oppressive views when it came to women. One of the things that sort of like was coincided with a lot of key to women sort of becoming more empowered was when they started showing American TV shows over there, because these women were watching these programs like like Friends, and they see these women on these shows acting in a way that they would not be allowed to, and that kind of stuff fucking that kind of makes people aware of of things that they might not have been exposed to. So it's I'm not saying that wrestling is going to fucking lead to the sort of emboldening of oppressed minorities in Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. I'm just saying that I don't see what damage it does. How much would Jacob Rees-Mogg have to pay me? He would literally have to blow me. With his monocle on. The Iron Sheik couldn't be an ambassador. Dude, the Iron Sheik was an ambassador for fuck all. Wasn't he one of like the bodyguards of like, wasn't he like some sort of like some Arabian fucking, king's bodyguard or royal family's bodyguard or something, Yeah. Thank you. I know it is. Alex, I was meaning to ask you, what was the name of that fucking absolute nutter you fucking linked me to a couple of months back? I was trying to remember the cunt's name, and I wanted to make a note of it. Leo Gura, that was his fucking name, right? I will write that down because I need to fucking remember that. Leo Gura. Right. Thank you. what kind of? Oh no, this guy is. This guy's. This guy's on another level. This guy's like. Well, I'm going to go through the lot. Well, basically, what the thing is, I've been trying to think of. Like, I was kind of like watching, like, when I was watching like Colossal's videos and like iDubbbz Content Cops and that. I was kind of sort of inspired to think, because I was sitting there thinking, this is the kind of shit I should be doing, but I can't really do it about the sort of same sort of people. And I thought, well, I've been around for this length of time, and I know more about most fucking. So what if I just did? So the idea was to sort of like take the idea of what a cunt you are.com, the idea, those sorts of videos, but instead, each one, it would be like a sort of comprehensive look at a different fucking, some sort of different lunatic, the same way that they would do that. Because I think that would be, because I've been trying to find a way to focus my content on, because this is the problem I've had in the last year or so, is trying to keep I'm trying to do too many different fucking too many different things, and too many different types of video, and I've got to realize that I haven't got the time to do all the videos I like, So what I need to do is find find an area I can focus on, and I've already started I started writing one earlier this week that was about, I don't know why I picked him, but I think it was just the first name that popped in my head. It was Stefan Molyneux. I've already started writing that, but yeah, I could do Stefan Molyneux. I could do there's a guy called Henry Maycow. I've been meaning to go through his website for a bit. I could there's just loads of cunts like this. Oh no, the thumbnails are just the whore's duvet, mate. He's just his thumbnails are fucking horrific. But I mean, wait till you actually go. The best part is go to his. The best thing to do is, rather than going through his videos, just look him up on, just Google his name, and you'll find enough fucking people writing about what an absolute fucking nutter this guy is. And what's disturbing is, like, when you look at his sub count. I mean, it's probably a lot higher now, but it was like 750,000 when I last, or it was over 700,000, definitely. It was around about there. Yeah, astrology doesn't bother me. I mean, it's all just kind of like, I mean, it's, I don't even think most people who fucking, who are into that are actually believe in it. It's like one of those. No. Why do I keep getting banned? I don't keep getting banned off Twitter. I was banned off Twitter once last year. I was banned, I think it was March last year. It's been nearly a year. What do you mean, why? Were you not paying attention? The whole Tommy Robinson thing. I did kind of, it was kind of like the main sort of bane of my existence for for 3 months. No, he's not just a car. No, I mean, no, that's unfair. I mean, just a car is just. I mean, I don't even And Just Car's one of those people, guys. He's just so long-winded and fucking life-threateningly fucking dull that I don't even. I'm not even sure. I sort of like, it doesn't take long before I've completely forgotten what the fuck he's even talking about. Even if I agreed with everything he was saying, it wouldn't matter. My response would be the same because he just is. It's just oh. Well, I mean, I did do that one. I did do that one live stream a couple of years ago where I responded to one video. I think it was 30 minutes long, and it took me 5 hours. Alex, you know me. I've just told you I'm going to be looking at it, and you know me. Hi, Justin. You know me. You know how thorough, and I don't fuck around. Right, so when I. Thing is, that live stream was the second time I responded to that same video, and believe it or not, that was quicker than the first time I fucking responded to it. If I'd known it was going to take that long, I never would have done it. I'd promised someone I would respond to this video, and I thought I'll give it a dry run, and it took so fucking long, and I thought I'm not doing that again. I'm gonna have to wait a while, and it took about 3 months. Then the guy started messaging me saying, "You're gonna do this fucking response." I'm like, "Yes, okay." You summon spirits. Yeah. Well, I need to do one. I've been meaning to do one for like literally since I discovered it back in like 2010. But I need to do one on the Church of Creativity, which is a which is a white supremacist neo-Nazi, religion, which is a proper, and it's a proper religion. It's got Bibles and tenets and dogma, but it's all based in white supremacy. And not only that, it's completely and utterly it's a religion that that demands that the people who follow it are atheists, and it's completely anti-religious, and it's absolutely fascinating, but it's do I think he's racist? I don't care what Count Dankula. I don't think about Count Dankula, mate. It doesn't matter to me. I don't think about what people are. I don't know the guy. I've never met him. I don't know what's in his heart. I remember the Church of Dave. Yeah. No, that's World Church of the Creator. There's like 3 different denominations. There's like 3 or 4 different denominations because like most things, it fucking split up. And on YouTube that are all like nuts. You go down avatars, got drawn avatars. I don't know. Okay. Well, I mean, I do find it quite interesting that that people whose like entire personality online involves them, masquerading as some sort of cartoon animal, and then they like to lecture transgender people on the subject of identity. No, it's not like antinatalism at all. It's nothing like. It's the. Do I follow Richard Wolff? I know who he is. I don't follow him personally. I know who he is. I know what he does, but No, not furries, just people who like who come onto the internet and go by some sort of like alter ego. I mean, Arnold Skeptics kind of started a trend of people with just in fancy suits and jackets, but with some sort of like gimp mask on. Like there was like there's no, there's Bearing. There's one who was a fox. There's like two or three that are bears. Then you got like then you got people who are kangaroos. You know, people who are like there's just teal deer. There's teal deer. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, well, I would do that hot dog, but I kind of can't be bothered, you know. If I did that, I could have done that years ago if I wanted to, I don't, I'm not sure what else I could add. I could just, who the hell is that in the background? Those are neighbours and people walking in and out the hallway. Does it matter? Can you not focus, flying cat? I'll tell you something funny about the kangaroo. What was his name again? Oh, atheism. Yeah, atheism is unstoppable. Yeah, what number is he on now? Yeah, the last time I went to Roosh V's website, he had a blog in which he was giving a shout out to 5 channels, and one of them was AIU, and I thought, oh, beautiful, thank you, Roosh. I was like, that's it, innit? That says it all right there, doesn't it? Oh no, hot dog! I've had AIU invade my chat. Basically, about 4 or 5 years ago, I was doing a live stream, and someone came in and said, "What do you think of atheism is unstoppable?" And this is what I said. I said, "I don't watch his videos. It's not my. I'm not really interested in it. It's not my kind of thing." That's it. And then within a few minutes, suddenly AIU comes into the chat room, and he's fucking giving me a load of saying, "What you talking about me? You fucking faggot, you homo, you fucking cunt, you fucking arse bandit." And he's like, it's threatening to come and beat me up, and I fucking gave him my full address and linked him to it on Google Maps and stuff. And I'm like, dude, all I said was that I don't watch your videos because it's not my kind of thing. I didn't say anything like rude about him. I didn't say anything, and yet he was just wouldn't get. And I'm like, do you? I mean, and for me, I just couldn't get my head around it. It's like if you said that about me, I'd be like, good. I don't want him. I'm glad he doesn't like. I would have thought you'd been pleased that I don't watch your videos because, that would have struck me as like a compliment. How do I know it was him? Because it was his account. No, he didn't ask who was talking shit. He just came in and started giving me. But he was acting clearly like someone had sort of like said, "Oh, Coughlin's talking shit about you," and I was like, I didn't talk shit. I was asked my opinion, and I gave it. And that was it. I've doxed myself thousands of times. Oh, definitely. Well, I know he's an alpha male truth seeker because he told me. And if there's one thing that totally removes any doubt that someone is a man is suffering from any form of insecurity is when they make a point of telling me, you know, that they're an alpha male. Sorry about the mugging. It's all right, mate. Weren't your fault, unless it was you. It might have been you, actually. You know where I live, don't you? You're now the prime suspect. I'm going to the police, Justin. Yeah, but dude, that's just life. I mean, get over it. I mean, I don't, it's, that's what people do, innit? I mean, people have always done it. People always, as soon as people find out what the word, it's no different than, like when religious people started using, misusing the word science or, reason or rationality or evidence. Or we've been through this before. It's what people do. It wasn't again. No, I wasn't at the petrol station. I was walking back. Justin, I'd rather not talk about it. I'd rather sort of like, move on. But trust me, mate, I've done, all of that stuff's been taken, but I'd rather not talk about it here. No, it's not about Christian Science. It's it's there is actually a religion called there's an Anthony Jeselnik joke where he goes, I pretty much hate, I pretty much hate almost all religions. He said, do you know there's a religion called Christian Science where you are not allowed to take medicine or get any kind of medical help, even if your child is sick and dying and they're told that this medicine can save them. They're still not allowed to. They still won't allow their child to take it, and their child will die. That is the only good religion. I mean, there is just, there's no such thing as Christian stuff. I mean, there is just science, but I mean, there's a, but you'll get, there's been many scientists who are Christian and other forms of religion, and but it's just not, he had a mental breakdown on his podcast because one of his friends disagreed with him. Yeah. But we're the snowflakes, and we're the ones who live in an echo chamber. We're the thin-skinned. We're the thin-skinned ones. Disagreed about what? Does it matter? Well, AIU's friend was of the opinion that he was a fucking stupid fat cunt, whereas AIU just felt that he was always just a cunt. Where I was like, Davis is above alpha. You've got basically there's two stages above alpha. There's Andrew Dice Clay, Davis Arini, alpha, and then I love the way people just care about the Oscars at all, as if like it's like as if like what percentage of human beings are ever going to have even a chance of winning an Oscar? It's like why does it matter? It's like this is what you're clinging on to. It's like I honestly don't. I mean, back when it. I mean, back in when it was things like okay, Marissa Tomei winning an Oscar, when she did, or Cuba Gooding Jr. Then we can have that discussion, but. Was there any film? Who's to say what is deserving and what isn't of an Oscar? I mean, but they always like these are what the Oscars are sort of like those awards where people deliberately pick the one that is going to be, it's like the what's its name? It's like the Time Person of the Year, or when they do the or awards like that, where they always tend to go for the one that is the most sort of like the most sort of progressive, or sort of like, you know, but it doesn't mean anything. I love you, Jim. Oh, just FYI, Jim, that video I emailed you about yesterday, it's going to be a while. It's just I'm making this, I'm compiling one, you know, for as little, really. So for free speech, so free speech costs £24.95. Here's the thing about cancelling. It's a myth. It doesn't it doesn't work. It never has done. You know, it's not a thing. There is no thing that actually there's nothing that cancels. You can't force people to fucking, if people don't want to watch someone or don't want to, that's fine. Do you know how I know that? Because I've been cancelled 7 times. And when, you know, if someone is that irrelevant that you have to put, that when someone cancels you, you have to point out to them, I've been there, done that, mate. You know, cancel is just another word for boycott, which, you know, we've always fucking done, you know. I'm working through it, Jim. The trouble is, I'm trying to sort of like, you know, obviously if I did everything Molyneux's done, then it would be, this video would be about 8 hours long. I could do a Netflix docu-series. Yeah. Surviving Stefbot, but I'm trying to sort of keep it, I'm trying to sort of narrow it down to like 5 or 6. I do like the yeah, but Milo was not cancelled. Milo was cancelled by his own fucking people. You know, Milo fucked. You know, it wasn't the left cancelling Milo. The left had already cancelled Milo. They weren't interested in anything Milo was doing. It was Milo. That it was Reagan Battalion, which was a conservative fucking, you know, Twitter account that fucking started spreading that clip of him on Joe Rogan. It was the RNC that fucking then. It was the RNC that then cancelled his speaking tour. It was Breitbart who then fired him, and he then tried to get a job at the fucking that website that fucking Ian Miles Chong works at, and he got fired after a day. You know, Milo was never cancelled by. Yeah, and fuck Milo. You know. Did I see? I did. I thought it was okay. It was nowhere near. I thought The Day Shall Come was all right. I mean, it was nowhere near. I don't think it's anywhere near as, you know, as it's nowhere near Four Lions. And in terms of Chris Morris's overall canon, it's nowhere near the. It's not one of his best things, you know. I think maybe like, you know, the decision to sort of use such an obscure, like, you know, because like with Four Lions, it's dealing with something that everyone is familiar with, which is like, you know, which is Islamic extremism, and it's like and Muslims in Western society and terrorism. Whereas this, he picked like he sort of took like the Nation of Islam, kind of like, you know, those sorts of you know, the Black Israelites, you know, really, those minority free, which very few people are familiar with, and tried to apply it in you know, to the way the CIA actually does, you know, actually operates, which is, you know, and I felt it could have been done better, you know, personally. I felt, you know, I was watching that Louis Theroux documentary on Netflix, the one where he goes to the you know, he goes to America and visits the, you know, black segregationists. No, I wouldn't watch it. You know, Destiny I don't mind, but he does his thing, and I ain't got a problem with it. But it's yeah, but yeah, he's not my. And I wouldn't watch anyone debate Jesse Lee Peterson. I'd rather, you know. Yeah, but it's when Louis Theroux visits the um those geezers who think that everyone throughout the history, like everyone throughout Western history, they were all black. Like Henry VIII was black. You know, the fucking William Shakespeare was black. You know, fucking, and then they top himself by going even Tom Jones was black. Destiny doesn't. Destiny does what he does. I don't. He's found his niche. He's not. He's not everyone's cup of tea. But I don't find him to be. Churchill was black. I don't think they argue Churchill was black. I think that'd be. I don't think they argued that. But Des O'Connor was black. Yeah, Michael Jackson was white. Des O'Connor was black. And their evidence was was drawings, was like actual was pictures people had drawn in history books, like not photographs or accounts. I mean, you think someone would have mentioned that, you know, you think someone would have mentioned the fact that yeah, but you're talking about tankies, Peter, who I don't like generalizing, but it's very difficult when virtually you get to a point where it's like I don't like generalizing, but there comes a point when it's like I've encountered 10 dozen of these fuckers, and every one of them has almost instantly annoyed the living piss out of me. And like, and you just think, well, maybe it's just me. I'll meet you halfway. I won't. But I mean, this, I can live with it. It's mental, but I mean, I can. It's not. It's inconsequential, isn't it? I mean, well, no, Henry VIII created the entire religion that is the basis for fucking. That our country is that is part of the foundations of this country's very fucking power structure. The Church of England was invented by Henry VIII so he could basically rape and pillage. So he could get divorced six or seven times, chop his missus head off. And then get married again. Standard Tuesday. That's a sad story. I don't know. I think it's quite funny. Yeah. I think it's quite funny that there are people who hold, who take seriously this denomination of Christianity that was invented so one of this, one of our king, our monarch, could basically just shag and divorce his wives as he pleased, and then marry another one, and then send him to the guillotine where they can give the ultimate head. Yeah, well, exactly, hot dog. It was the only way he could get off. So, like, let's not kink shame. It's not his fault. He just, he had a thing for beheading his wives. Let us not. I don't think there's I don't think worse or best. I mean, it's just I mean, the Church of England. The best way to describe Church of England for anyone who doesn't understand it's as close to atheism as you can get, while still technically being a religion. It's because there's nothing. I mean, you can just claim to be Church of England, and and that's it. You don't need to go to church. You don't even need to really believe in God. You just need to sort of. Was it consensual? I don't know. They didn't. They waited until afterwards to ask him. Incels were born, yeah, and they're the one thing about incels is they once they're born, that's the end of the line, isn't it? Yeah, see, that's because of fuck it, that's where feminism leads you, innit, truth seeker, Back in the good old days, you could. Back in the good old days, you could chop your missus' head off. Incels rise up; they're welcome to. That's all they do. Everyone has an erection in the morning. Yeah, incels are lame because they use a rental truck to commit a crime. Yeah, that's what makes them lame. The fact that they're incels. I imagine people who use a rental truck are people who don't have a truck. Vehicular homicide is quite a. What do you think? Is there some sort of? Is it more noble if you actually own the car or the truck that you're smashing into? Am I putting on a brave face? No, this isn't a brave one. Is there a level lower than an incel? I don't know. What if you're an incel paedophile? Actually, that's a better version of a paedophile rather than a worse version of an incel, isn't it? It's more pathetic. I mean, if there is, I haven't. But even paedophiles don't go around shouting about it, do they? I mean, they don't fucking. They try to keep. Generally, they try to keep it quiet. Or at least the smart ones do. Did you see that in the news about Rolf Harris? Almost got to admire the fucking front of the bloke. No, their forums are horrific. And I agree. It's one of only two occasions where I've been reading forums or I've been reading a website and I've had to stop because it was making me fucking sick. What did Rolf do? Oh, he just wandered into a primary school. Just, isn't Rolf Harris in jail? No, he hasn't been in jail for a little while. He was only sent to prison for about like 5 years or so, and I think he did like 3 and a bit. But he was just caught the other day just wandering into a primary school. And then it's like, what are you doing here? He's like, oh, I was just, I was picking something up for a fucking. I'm like, really, really, Rolf, just. You're just picking something up off, so you're just meeting a friend, are you? Yeah, of course you are, mate. Yeah, the only 2 occasions I've had to actually stop I've been reading something, some sort of like website or forum, and I've had to stop because it was just making me sick. What I was reading was incel forums and Roosh V's website. There was a British version of To Catch a Predator. There was. You can look it up. Didn't really play as well over here. I think it's because the laws are a bit different over here, so it was a bit of a... Dude, they just talk about... It's not even that. They talk about everything. They're just such... They're just the most... They're just... You know, I mean, I've been on some of the most horrific websites with some of the most vile and reprehensible people who have the most disgusting and despicable beliefs. But even, like, you know... but most times, 99 times out of 100, I can at least find moments of pathos, or you know, I can see there are these flashes where there's still a human being there. You know, I can find something to sort of, but there's nothing with incels. It's utterly pathetic, and I'm like, you know, I don't like to advocate, you know, things like corporal punishment, but I would not be against you lot just being dragged out and beaten around the head with an iron bar for half hour, then locked in a cold room with no electricity and given an handful of muesli twice a week. You know, it's just utterly it's just pathetic. You know, it's like I don't even fucking. It's not even the case of hating him, but you're just so it's so pitiful. You know, this is what a human. You know, this is the level that a human being can get to because he just can't get fucking laid. I'm like, join the frigging club, mate. You know, we've all struggled. You know. Even the best of us have our dry patches. I remember binge watching. I'd only ever seen like one or two clips from it, To Catch a Predator. Then like last year, I binge watched it for a weekend. It's like, oh my god, this is fucking. This you know, it's just. You're just watching it going. You just don't know what to make of it. And what I find fascinating is like any other fucking, you know, you know, for any other crime that you were being caught red-handed, you'd leg it. But it's what's fascinating is just how these guys stay there, and it's almost like they want to. It's like they've been desperate to get this off their. They're almost there's almost like a part of them that's glad they've been caught because they're just, you know. Tell the geezers who got off lucky were the geezers in the first ever season of To Catch a Predator, because they didn't start getting the police involved and arresting them until the second season. Like before, in the first season, they just fucking left the house and legged it. You know. So whoever those geezers were, they fucking, you know. But Chris, I mean, the thing about it is watching it is Chris Hansen was brilliant in that show. I just love how like he manages to have this witty, sharp one-liner to enter the room. He comes in, he's got something fucking like the geezer will say something, and he'll just and they put these really sort of like inappropriate sort of like jokes in the sort of in the sort of narration and stuff, and you're like, and yet for some reason it doesn't sort of like. I suppose it's because they've been caught. It's like it's okay to fuck it, and no one got hurt. It's okay to laugh. And my favourite one, the one I fucking remember the most, is the geezer who turned up at the fucking Sting house, and then Chris Hansen comes out, and the guy was like, "Yeah, I recognise this place because they were like he'd seen the show before, and he recognised the fucking house as soon as he walked in, and he still went in there." Riff was never a paedophile, Alex. Let's not fucking. Yeah. Well, they weren't all from the same area. Some of them were, you know. My favorite. I remember I got into an argument and I normally don't fucking waste my time with comment sections, but there was just some geezer underneath, it was like the fucking 27th fucking clip I'd watched in a row, and there was this guy saying, why are all the paedophiles on this show men? Surely, are you telling me that no women sexually abuse kids? I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Is this the hill you want to die on? You know, honestly, you watch all these clips of To Catch a Predator, and the thing that strikes you, the thing that bothers you the most is there's not enough women. It's like one of the few places you're advocating for fucking proportional. I bet it's the only fucking time you've demanded you've demanded representation. Fuck. There was one episode I remember just laughing because they had normally they have the young woman who's playing the 14-year-old girl, but there was that one where they had this young lad who literally looked like, I mean, this and all the this guy looked about fucking 38 years old, and it was like, and all of the comments were just all about how old this guy was, and I was just pissing myself with laughter. Yeah, but he's not chasing Onision. That's done and dusted, isn't it? I said this before. Chris Hansen and Onision thing. That's just a sign of how far Chris Hansen's career's fallen. It's not a case of. It's not. It's got nothing to do with. That's just how far down the fucking food chain of relevance he has, that he's now going after Onision. Something, most of us have done at least once in the last 10 years. And where is Onision? Has he been arrested yet? No, like I said, he wouldn't. Yeah. I did say that. I hate to say I told you so, but I did say he would. Nothing's going to fucking happen. I did like that photo of him in court with a fucking bulletproof vest on. It's like, you cunt. I wouldn't fucking. Even if I had a gun, I wouldn't waste my pissing bullets on you. But now we know he wears a bulletproof vest, and we can feel a lot better about shooting him if you ever see him in public. No, he's not been a shitty boyfriend. He's a fucking groomer, mate. He targets young girls and grooms them. He doesn't fucking. He's not a shitty boyfriend. He's a piece of shit who fucking. He's been doing this. But it's been known that he's been doing this for like 10 years. I wouldn't piss on Onision if he was on fire and allergic to piss. I don't care whether he has a fetish for it. It's no fucking excuse. Yeah, he is a shitty boyfriend to the get. That is true. What's my favourite Slipknot songs? People Equal Shit is the best opening track to live of all the bands I've ever seen. But honestly, I think their new album's got so many great songs on it. There's some of their best stuffs on their new album. But no, he's not a shitty groomer. He's a good groomer. He's very good at grooming. He's got that down pat. Okay, groomer. That's what we should say to Onision from now on. We should just tweet or fucking post comments going, okay, groomer. What's the best banana rama? It's a good question. Hey, say one about Bananarama, mate. Before until the they were like they were the most successful all girl group in music until like I think Spice Girls came along. No, Superbad is nothing like Boys in the Hood. Actually, the Spice Girls. No, well, no, they didn't write all their own music. They didn't write their music. No, I'm not slagging the Spice Girls, man. Man, trust me, I was there. You know, it's it is impossible. It is impossible to overstate just how fucking huge the Spice Girls were. It was like, I mean, their first 8 songs went to #1. Right, that beat the Beatles. Right, right. The Beatles had the most consecutive #1s. They had 7, and the Spice Girls beat them. And then I think they had 2 other songs after that, and then they split up. And this is before downloads and fucking and iTunes and shit like that. You cannot fucking overstate just how fucking huge and what the Spice Girls were. Yeah. Spies in the Hood isn't a comedy. Depends, really. I mean, yeah. That was my era, man. The '90s. That was it. I mean, I've got. I mean, that the Japanese writing and the Celtic band. That's what's called the Sporty Spice, my friend. Coughlin is a fraud. Coughlin. Apparently so. By the way, if you're on my Facebook, you may receive a PM from some guy called Bob Fusco, who is going around sending private messages to my fucking to people on my Facebook friends list, telling them that I'm a scammer. My favourite bit is where he provides evidence, or that was my favourite bit, and the fact that he spells my name wrong. And then tells people they should give money to a charity, as if they hadn't had that, as if they didn't know they had that option. What's my scam? I fucked if I know. It's not very good, wherever it is. I'm not exactly fucking. I'm not exactly, Bernie Madoff here, am I? Wild at heart. Well, I mean, anything with Nick Cage in, my friend, that'll do me. Yeah, that's high praise. The evidence. Well, I mean, he said, listen, Ginger Greek. Do you need evidence? He said right here. He says, please check for yourself. I mean, so go on then, check. At the website iscoughlinscamming.com. Download the app now. I've listened to Alice, some of it, Do you remember the channel The Box? Yeah, I remember The Box, yeah. God, there's so many great things about the 90s, man. Yeah. The Word, Euro Trash, Big Breakfast. Beverly Hills 90210. Was it superb? It probably was mostly shite, wasn't it? Really, actually. Sweet Valley High, Live and Kicking, Gladiators. Yeah. Contenders ready. You will go on my first whistle. Saved by the Bell, which is made all the better now with the YouTube series Zach Morris's Trash, which is just what I love. I love watching that because I didn't realise what an absolute cunt this guy is. How did I not notice? My scam is grooming young right-wing extremists into giving you money. I know. Yeah, but don't shout about it, JPL. Try and keep it on the DL, bitch. I know he was. I mean, I always knew he was a douche, but I just never realised how much of one. Do you know what I mean? Do I miss Alex Jones? No. If I did, I'd know where to find him. I know what website he's on. Dude, I spent fucking 15 years following Alex Jones. I've earned my. I'm retiring. You know, Simpsons in the 90s. Yeah, yeah. You know, all Britpop. Princess Diana dying. You know, Princess Diana died. Oasis at Nebworth. Verve at Hague Hall, Wigan. I was there. Did I catch the interview with Shiloh? No. Well, there's loads of great. There was loads of great bands in the 90s that just get sort of buried under all the sort of like under all the massively. I mean, my favorite band. I mean, one of my favorite bands was oh god, Dodgy. That was another one. I like Manson. They were a good band. Bernard Butler. I liked him. Um, I never fucking. I've had a problem with Shiloh. I kind of almost felt worse for her because she was someone who actually was like had a career. She was like trying to be. She actually had like she was on the verge of like having a sort of like singing career, and then he came along. Cast are okay. Cast are all right. I mean, their songs are a very very sort of like almost bordering on naff, but I reckon if you met him, you would be starstruck. Who? If I met who? Alex. I would just charge at him. Oh no, I would totally be like Alex, Alex. I would totally fucking be well excited. But I would be over enthusiastic to the point where it actually made him uncomfortable. New Order. Oh, New Order were massive. They weren't one of the sort of forgotten bands. They were like Cooler Shaker. One of my favourite albums was K by Cooler Shaker. Yeah. You're really irritated by it. Well, no, I don't blame Mr. Epsilon. Listen, Mr. Epsilon, did a smart thing because like he was, the great thing about making videos to Onision is it's almost impossible to look bad. You know, it's almost impossible to come off, you know, looking like the bad guy. It's what I call Venom Fang X syndrome because it's what happened with Thunderfoot. Like it took Venom Fang X had to leave YouTube until we noticed. Like this Thunderfoot guy's a bit of a fucking prick, isn't he? Like he always was a prick. It's just he was against Venom Fang X, who Oh no, I know Jacqueline. I know they are, but we all know about that. They probably still are, but they got caught, and Repsion I'm a bit more forgiving on because he was like, I mean, he was still like, he was like 19, 20 years old. And so like, I'm a little bit more forgiving. But with her, she was like, she'd been around for ages, and she's like, I mean, she was a Christian when she started off. She was a Christian. Then she sort of went through a phase where she was like unsure. Then she became an atheist, and I'm like, you think she's been around long enough and she's whereas he was never at that sort of level, you know, I mean, plagiarism's bad, but it's not the worst. There are circumstances when it's not the worst. You can sort of say, right, okay, you made a mistake. You made a mistake. You were, whatever. We can move on for just don't do it again. You've been caught now. But it's when you got someone who's in a much higher standing, or someone who's like, and you shouldn't have to with the subject of religion and atheism. Surely, if you don't believe in God, it should be really easy to make videos explaining why. Shouldn't it? I mean, do you need to plagiarize? Do you need to plagiarize someone else's fucking video about why you hold a certain position? I mean, is it? Can you not just give people your point of view? You know. I mean, like I said, I've never really, I mean, I've never really, I don't know Repsion. I've never really been into him. I mean, like, you know, when I sort of first heard about him, he was like, he was still a Christian and he was just sort of like deconverted from Christianity. And he's like 20 years old. I'm like, I'm not going to get anything from this guy's videos. He doesn't even know who he is at the moment. I'm not going to fucking, you know. Pat Condell's still alive, although he doesn't make. He makes very. He very rarely uploads. I think he's made like 5 videos in the last year, which hopefully is a sign that he's, you know, dying. You know. I mean, I say hopefully. I mean, he's been dead in, you know, in some way or another. You know, he's alive, technically speaking. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not saying that people who are young, who are that young, can't make videos that are, you know, that are good, because obviously they can. But it's like, if he doesn't even know who he is yet, if he's confused about his own beliefs, then yeah. No, I totally respect that. You know. No, Pat Condell was a professional stand-up. There's actually, he actually, there's a channel that is actually Pat Condell's channel, a channel he opened where he uploaded clips of him doing stand-up, you know, and he had like he used to have long, big like, he had like Thunderfoot hair. I don't know what it is about that, but it's like, you know, and it's him doing actual stand-up in front of an audience at like venues like the Comedy Store and at theatres and that, you know, and but it's just like, and it's not, and it's fine. It's just, it's not like, I mean, it's not sort of like hysterical, piss your pants laughter. It's perfectly, but I mean, so you can see why maybe like he went into it didn't have a bigger shelf life, He might have been a terrible. He wasn't a terrible stand-up. I mean, he was good enough that he made a career out of it. But he just, the thing is, he was a better stand-up than he was a fucking YouTube comedian, because he at least he told jokes back then, you know. I mean, you go to his, but I mean, it's like it's kind of like, there's a certain air of bitterness. I mean, like on his website, he claims that he stopped doing stand-up, and then he started writing jokes for other comedians, and then makes a point of saying, "But I'm not going to tell you who those comedians are." I'm like, why would you not do that if that's your job? Wouldn't you fucking like how bad are these fucking comedians that you're writing jokes for? That you don't want to fucking advertise it, because if you were writing jokes for for other comedians, surely you'd want to say, "Oh, I write jokes for this person and that person." And he also he's like, one of his stories he tells is watching a young Bill Hicks in the early '90s do a gig in England, and watching him and thinking, yeah, he won't do it, yeah, he won't amount to much. And he says this as if he says this like he's, you saw Bill Hicks in the early '90s and thought, yeah, he's shit. I'm like, class is about to start. Yeah, but it will start again at some point. Well, no, I mean, if comedians are doing no, but I'm saying if you're a writer, if your job is like, if you've sort of said that your job is, you write jokes for other comedians, then generally people say, oh, I write jokes with, or I write material for so and so, because lots of comedians have like, have writers who they work with, There's nothing wrong with that. It's just kind of odd that you just wouldn't mention them, Yeah, but can you blame it? Oh, let's be fair. Of course he got burned out. Jeez, I'm amazed he didn't get burned out before. I mean, Amendum's 60 years old, nearly. He's 60 years old this year. He's uploaded literally thousands of videos over 14 channels. I'm amazed he didn't get burnt out before. The fact he's even got the energy to upload one video a week is quite. I struggle. I've never been, I was never uploading at his fucking, at the pace the pace and frequency he was. Yeah, but Emendham was never monetized. I mean, he never fucking, do you honestly think YouTube monetized Emendham's content? Like, even before they had the concept of adverts, Where's the fuck? Let me see if I can find it. Where is they? Let me see if I can find the clips of Condell. Let's have a look. Here we are. Right now. Oh, here we go. Here's a clip. Yeah. Yeah, it's called. Yeah, yeah, the channel's called Pat Condell's Godless Comedy. Yeah. Sort of the only thing it's without. But this. Yeah. Right now, we'll play that one for right now. Just fucking strap yourself in, folks, because make sure you're sat down. You got your legs crossed. I don't want you to soil yourself. But this is first of all, this is what Pat looked like back then. 360p. You fucking yeah. I know. Look at me. He's almost like he still had crap shirts. It's nice to know that's his gimmick. He's stuck with. It's one of the things he holds on to from back in the day. Is just wearing a shit fucking polycotton mix shirt. But that's about anyway. Oh, here we are.
I say that personally I'm not really superstitious, although I believe it can be unlucky to piss on an electric fire. just a hunch, And yet I find that certain things have an uncanny way of repeating themselves. Like, for instance, I come from a long line of dead people.
Right, did you see what he did there? Right, did you see what he did there? A long line of dead people. Yeah, I thumbed it down just out of principle, because I've never thumbed one up in his name. Do you know why I thumbed it down? It's because this is who he used to be. This is a guy who actually this is before he turned into the miserable cut. I wouldn't mind him. This guy, this guy was at least doing jokes. They might not be. I'm not going to shit my pants fucking with laughter watching them, but at least they're jokes. This is what he killed this motherfucker.
Communication, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Isn't it?
Okay, I like that joke. That was good.
I have trouble sometimes communicating, especially with kids. I don't know why this is. Maybe it's because when I was a kid, when I was growing up, there's so many things in our house that were never talked about. Don't know what they were, we never talked about them. But kids today are so mature. You certainly can't patronise them the way you could when I was alive. My goodness me, you've certainly grown. How old are you now? 10? What about you? You must be pushing 40. And tell me, how are you doing at school? Not bad. What about you? You working yet?
No, I'm just going to give you a moment to recover, pick yourself up off the floor, wring your underpants out for a bit, maybe call for a doctor, just so you can recover from. I mean, yeah, but he's got fucking hair. He's just got this. He has got this big, thick mane of hair. So I think that's the other funny thing is that this was. Do you want to? The funny bit? The actual genuinely funny bit is this was filmed in 1991 as part of a benefit show for Amnesty International. Right, Amnesty. Pat Condell doing a gig, and he actually fucking wrote that. I'm like, you admit it. I mean, Christ Almighty, what does that mean? Isn't that the equivalent of being one of those woke fucking right-on comedians back then doing a fucking Amnesty gig? I think he was too soft back then, You shouldn't be helping all these people, Pat. All these people starving in Africa. Because I believe if you start giving them money for food, next thing you know, they'll be wanting money for clothes. Just think, who'd have thought that 25 years later, this guy would be, one of the many people who inspired a mass murderer in fucking Norway. Who'd have, that you wouldn't believe it if I told you back then, but this guy, in 2012, in 2011, some geezer's going to murder 77 people, and this cunt would be partially fucking responsible.
Grab a few drinks,
Bearing in mind, he's cutting bits out here, so this wasn't a 5 minute. This was like 20 minutes of this.
Staggered into the traffic. Road Peter, basically, we're talking about. There was nothing for him but to take a shovel and slice them into triangles for the birds. But I like walking around. The trouble about walking, I find, is I like to walk fast. Even when I dawdle fast. I don't muck about. But people keep getting in the way, don't they? I mean, you come up behind them on the pavement, pensions maybe, 2 or 3 abreast. Hardly even people anymore, really. Just little clouds of memories doddering along. And you can never get by without shoving one of them into the road. God, it's infuriating. No, because I don't like to patronise old people. I don't. In fact, I deliberately go out of my way not to patronise them. Young man, I'm 85 years old. Yeah? You look it. But then you...
That was him. That was him insulting an old person. An old person who was simply telling him he was 85, and his response was, "Yeah, you look it." But that was, and he thought, "Yeah, that's it. That'll do. That's the punchline right there." Are you going to force me to continue, or can we? Yeah, like a video. Yeah, but the joke wasn't strong. In order for a callback joke to work, the first joke has to be pretty strong. And the problem was the initial joke that he's doing a callback for it wasn't strong enough. Let's look at the comment section. Oh God, let's fucking. So he was a comedian long before doing those magnificent YouTube videos. I had no clue. Yeah, pull your tongue out of his arse, Florin. This was heavily edited. Even back then, he was not afraid to criticise Islam. Oh, fuck off. It's an Amnesty International gig, you absolute ring. He had hairs. Yeah, that's the thing this guy took away from it. Third highest rated comment, he had hair. That's what this guy took away from that. What do you mean I was funny? Fuck you, Mojo. Pat is the most thoughtful comedy writer after George Carlin. Right? How little do you have to know about comedy to think that the hierarchy goes George Carlin, Pat Condell? Comedy genius, way ahead of his time. Yeah, way ahead of laughter as well, apparently. I needed a good laugh. Cheers, Pat. I'm going to go watch something else now. Literally anything. This is genius. Genius. If you told jokes like this today, people would be so triggered. By what? What exactly? What was the fucking... Where was the trigger? But I couldn't even tell. I'd love it if he just came out and just went, did something, said something fucking vaguely. What did he say that was triggering? Do these people just hear whatever the fuck they want to hear, don't they? Anyway, there you go. So that's what we, so that was, you buy all the red. Yeah, that's the last time you'll see him wearing red. Yeah. I love the fact they're saying, "Oh, he's at a he's fucking he's being controversial and triggering. He's at an amnesty gig." I don't hate prop comedians. You know, one of my favourite comedians that uses props, Tim Vine. You know, I don't think anybody hates a specific type of comedian. I mean, I don't like good. I don't like bad comedians. You know, I don't care what you do. He denied the Holocaust, yeah, but but not the main one, just the Serbian one. Old person who is old looks old. I mean, it's fucking observational shit, mate. You know, that's observational comedy. You can't argue it. I mean, it's not really observational comedy. It's just observations. I haven't heard of that podcast. Dude, I've seen harsher material on episodes of Playbus. I mean, I fucking, you know, Michael McIntyre does edgier shit than that. And that's not to bash Michael McIntyre. I like Michael McIntyre, but, you know, it's Joe Pasquale wouldn't steal that. You know, I just love the way I love the way these people act. Like there's no comedy that exists today that pushes boundaries of taste or talks about anything. It's like, have you not watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? It's been going for 15 years and it still is. Have you not seen Anthony Jeselnik? How about this? How about every comedian who fucking complains about, who bangs on about freedom of speech and fucking people who whinge? They're all massively successful. Like Ricky Gervais. I mean, you know, like he's the one everyone he's the one who's everyone likes to fucking prattle on. You know, is he not massively? Isn't Dave Chappelle hugely successful? Yeah, yes. It's always sunny. It's been going 15 years now. Oh, they just finished their 14th season. And Ricky Gervais gets offended when you criticise him, because all he ever does is he goes, it's just a joke. I'm like, and that defense. I mean, I fucking hate that defense or that line. When at the best of times, but when it's a comedian doing it, it just pisses. And it's like that whole thing when Ricky Gervais hosted the Golden Globes. Like, I saw all of the fucking. For me, the whole controversy was manufactured. Like, the whole fucking idea that people were outraged or shocked is completely fucking made up. Because I watched the clip, I watched a video of him doing like his opening monologue, and all I saw was people laughing. People in the audience were laughing. No one was oohing. No one was shaking their head or looking disgusted. No one walked out or heckled him. It was nothing. It was just like, it was Ricky Gervais doing a Ricky Gervais routine, and the audience, for the most part, seemed to go along with it. You know, like if I'd seen that before, but it certainly was nothing. You know, for me, the whole thing was just made up. I didn't think it was brilliant. I think it was fine. But I just didn't think. What I'm objecting to is this idea that it was there was some kind of like outrage. I'm like, who was outraged? Who was offended? You know, who was actually. You know, even when he did that joke about Leonardo DiCaprio's girlfriend being too young, and it cuts to a shot of Leonardo DiCaprio laughing about it. You know. And yet, from what I'd seen on social media, I was expecting everyone to be like, you know, there to be this huge tension and this sort of nervous awkwardness in it, but it wasn't, you know. You know, and that's what annoyed me about it. It's like where is this fucking, you know? No, I quite liked the podcast. I liked the Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington podcast, and you know, and I think, you know, and Carl Pilkington's obviously, you know, very. I don't know how you can object to him, because he's just, even if you don't find him funny, you can't really be too bothered by him, can you? Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, this is what pisses me off: is that comedians aren't stupid. Like, comedians know when they write something, whether they've written something that's probably going to be near, near the line, or is going to cause. But what annoys me is when those comedians who have deliberately written something that they know is going to be controversial, and when people act in the way that audiences normally act when they hear controversial, they act like it's this like. I'm like, dude, you went out there and told this joke on purpose. You knew what was going to happen. Don't act all fucking innocent. Like, people aren't obliged to fucking, people don't owe you fucking laughter. The audience isn't fucking obligated to fucking to find anything you say fucking hilarious. You just, no. I mean, Carl doesn't see. No, Carl, he just is what he is, isn't he? He's like he's just he's a force of nature. I don't think he's confused. I mean, for a guy who's confused, he's done all right for himself. I think he's fully aware. I just don't think he cares. He's just sort of fallen into. He's kind of lucked into. I mean, if he hadn't have been the producer on XFM, and if Ricky Gervais hadn't taken this obsessive little shine to him, may never have heard of him. But I mean, I think that's what people like about Carl Pilkington is, above all else, he is, he comes across as genuine. Like, whatever you think of him, he's not. He is what he is. What he is. He's not trying. Whereas Gervais has become this kind of guy who I just feel is trying too hard now. He just seems desperate to. And that's not to denigrate a lot of his work. He's written some fucking fantastic, So I mean, The Office is is an amazing fucking sitcom. It's iconic. And I liked Extras too. Where do clowns fall? Well, it depends what you define as a clown. I mean, are comedians types of clowns? I mean, you get people who sort of like take the the idea. I mean, you've got like There's that guy, what's that act called? The boy with tape on his face. That's very much a sort of like thing I would put into that category. Or people who do, certainly people who do certain cabaret acts and stuff like that. There was a geezer. Wasn't there a geezer on fucking Britain's Got Talent or the what's it called? Yeah, when it was a clown who fucking sung. He sung a song. I can't remember who it was now. Not John Wayne Gacy. He was now that was controversial. But say John Wayne Gacy. Now that was edgy. That was controversial. Talk about oh yeah, oh look at me. I made a joke about I made a paedophile joke. Oh yeah, fucking John Wayne Gacy. He took it to the next level, my friend. He pushed the boundary. Yeah, there's lots of physical. There's lots of comedians who are physical. Lee Evans was very physical, wasn't he? I mean, Lee Evans was a lot of his act was involved in it was about his physicality and his what he was doing visually with the joke rather than just the jokes themselves. The material itself on its own was not was pretty sort of like was just okay. But I mean, he's sort of like it was the way he did it. In fact, Lee Evans, one of his most famous routines, the Bohemian Rhapsody routine he did. He actually bought that He didn't come up with that. He bought that off a French cabaret act. Um, he basically he was supposed to be doing some like gigs and some interviews and stuff over in France, and he was worried that like his act wouldn't translate because he couldn't speak the language. So he went to see some loads of different like French cabaret performers and stuff like that, and he saw this group and they did the Bohemian Rhapsody routine that Lee Evans did, and he went up to him and bought it off him. I think you've got to be live to be a clown. Really, I think but yeah, I mean, Mr. Bean's like, I mean, the TV show. If all you know about Mr. Bean are the films, go watch go watch the first ever, TV series that was released, which was just so simple, and absolutely just incredibly brilliant. Just these little 5-minute fucking like little skits, But I wasn't a massive fan of the Mr. Bean films. But I think but those are the original shows. Shoot the light out, made my. I don't know what you're talking about. No, Jimmy Carr's not. Do you know what? Jimmy Carr, when he started out, Jimmy Carr was a musical act. He used to play the guitar, and do songs, and it just and it wasn't as as you can see, it didn't stick for obvious reasons. But yeah, it was. A lot of people do. I've done when I started out, I like tried a couple of songs and that, but yeah. I mean, this is when he was like starting out, but I mean, he found his sort of like he found where he fitted. The problem with being a musical act is because of like Bill Bailey, who is just I mean, as a musician, the guy's a fucking genius. He's a virtuoso, and so like he sort of raised the game for anyone wanting to do musical comedy. And so like you couldn't just like before that you could get away with just playing a guitar and doing some like your sort of your Richard Digance or your Jasper Carrot sort of like comedians, but after Bill Bailey, and I would say Rich Hall as well, he did some he had a musical, he had a character that was he did a character called Otis Lee Crenshaw, who was this who had a band. Hey, Jasper Carrot's awesome, man. I love Jasper Carrot. There's a Facebook group. There's a Jasper Carrot Facebook group, and I love watching the old clips. Plus, The Detectives is, I think, an underrated sitcom. Why is your nickname Jasper Carrot? I'm assuming you look like him. Is that? It depends really. I mean, I think Tenacious D could be guilty of that sometimes, but I mean, Tenacious D was still very good. I mean, they were unique, but like I said, I mean, a lot of I think in terms of like comedians who make it, if you're going to make it with a musical act these days, it's got to be it's got to be something really unique, and you can't just be someone who plays does a comedy version of a song. It was Steve Martin was good. I mean, Steve Martin was amazing to watch do stand up, but he's before my time, really. But like when you watch, but I mean, he's one of those comedians, very much like Rick Mayall, who could go on stage and not really do anything. There's no material, there's no jokes, there's no structure. It's just him fucking about, but he was just so, he just had this energy that sort of just made it instantly. I think the problem with Tenacious D is they released their most interesting and best song first, which was Tribute, and after that, I mean, they did music. Do you know, when I was watching that Fousey Tube video by Colossal, and there was that geezer at his his concert he put on called Lit Pappy, who did that lit like a bit, got these bitches on my dick, gonna fuck 'em, and I did. And I'm like, he sounds like he's doing the Vic Reeves, cabaret club comedian version of his own song. When Vic Reeves used to go, like a bit, ship it, that's what he sounded like to me. That's all I could think of when I was watching that. What was his name? Lit Pappy, whatever his fucking name is. I mean, Shooting Stars, that was the original sort of comedy panel show, really, wasn't it? You're always pale like Casper the Ghost, and my first name is Jason. Right, okay, it's a bit tenuous, but when I was younger, I was crying because I didn't want to go to priesthood. Listen, mate, take it from me, there are worse things you could get called at school than Jasper Carrot. That cunt, was in love with me. Yeah, but the thing about Weird Al is Weird Al was doing it before, like, he was like, he's been doing it for so long that, he doesn't have to, and he's sort of been, and plus Weird Al as well can play like, what, 10 instruments? So it's not like he's just a geezer but he was like one of the original sort of like, song, geezers to do like, song parodies to that sort of like, and to put the production into it. I don't know all the I think I didn't even know that White and Nerdy was a parody of a rap song. I knew all the words to it like 10 years before I even knew that was an actual. There was actually a real song. Ugh. Dead Cat Bounce, never heard of them. There's a comedian called Phil Nicol who's Australian, and actually he did a he did a show in 2007 that was called The Naked Racist, that ended up, and at the end of the show, he had this band and he played a song and he stripped off stark bollock naked, and he basically put this call out saying, if you're a comedian and you're in the area and you want to run on stage and dance naked on stage at the end of my show, you can come along. And I went along on the last night thinking, fuck it, I've never been naked on stage, so I'll give that a go. And and I'm not saying that this had anything to do with it, but the next day he was announced, he won the Edinburgh Fringe Comedy Award. So I'm not I don't know, I'm just saying, No, that's the rabbit cage. I don't have the bunny anymore. I had to give the bunny away last year when I moved here because this place is too small. Big D, hey, what's that, War? Big D, I like that. Yeah, I had to give the bunny away, unfortunately, because this place is this new place. I mean, it's half the size of my last place, and there just weren't enough room for her. She needs room to run around and shit, and there just weren't enough room, and it was kind of cruel for me to keep her here. So I had to give her up. But I've still got Miley. She's the only one left. You know, that's right. You know, she's the only one she's the only woman in my life who hasn't abandoned me or given up, isn't you, Miley? Now, fair enough, you're in a cage, and I know that if you had the means and the fucking, you know, capability, you would fucking murder me in my sleep. But, you know. Yeah. Still surviving Brexit. Oh, do you want to? Did anyone see that thing I posted on Facebook? You seen that post, that Twitter post? It's the funniest fucking thing. This guy. There's this guy on Twitter called Colin Browning, who is a nobody. He's no one, right? But it's like this is fucking amazing. If you haven't seen this, I'll read it to you. These are his Twitter posts from the last few days. Here we are. Here it is. These are his Twitter posts from January 31st. Rule Britannia. Then he tweeted GSTQ hashtag freedom hashtag Brexit. Then he tweeted democracy conquers all. And then 2 days later, brilliant weekend celebrating Brexit. Not been on here much. Sank a few yesterday down the local after an enthralling match down the King Power. Where are all the Ramoning cyclists who were laughing at me months ago? Who laughs last, laughs longest? And then literally in the last day, there's a picture of him in a queue, like queuing at an airport, saying absolutely disgusting surface at Schiphol Airport. 55 minutes we have been stood here in immigration queue. This isn't the Brexit I voted for. And I'm like, oh, bless you. You absolutely, and it's literally got, and he's a nobody. He's got like 100 followers, but this tweet's gone fucking viral. And it's already been, I think the Independent have already done a fucking article showing it. I'm like, no, is this not what you voted for? Is it? Oh, bless. If only someone had told you. You know, if only someone, it's a shame no one had the foresight to fucking, you know, let you know beforehand that this kind of thing might happen. Well, this is the funny thing. It's like he's standing there. These people will sit there and go on about democracy. Then they'll talk about the Brexit they voted for. I'm like, that's not democracy. No. Democracy isn't about what you voted for. Democracy is what, you know, is what everyone voted for. You know, I mean, that's... There were, I believe, I don't know if he's aware of this, but there were 17.4 million people who voted for it, and you've got to, and as was pointed out, they didn't all vote for the same. They didn't all vote for the same fucking thing, did they? You know. Brexit has happened, surely. No, it has. Well, no, look, Brexit has happened, but we haven't left yet. We're now in a transition period, which we will have officially left. We will officially leave on December 31st. That's when, over the course of the next year is when we're supposed to be this is the time period where we've got to sort of get everything, all the loose ends tied up. So technically we haven't so whilst Brexit has happened, whilst it's now there's no turning back now. We've gone past, that scene in Back to the Future 3 where they go past the windmills, the point of no return. That's the happy Valentine's Day as well. What do I think of Theresa May? Nothing, mate. If I'm being generous, I kind of feel sorry for her. She was in a. I don't think she she's sort of like, yeah. I mean, that is the last thing you'd want to be if you were going to be prime minister. The last point, the one point in history you would not want to be prime minister was the point when she fucking even the geezers even the geezer who's prime minister now backed out and didn't want to be prime minister when she was. She was pretty much the only option going, and I don't honestly think anyone could have done. Anyway, and the fact that the geezer who's now in charge basically is like the first deal he put forward that everyone voted in favour of, was basically the same as the one that she came up with that was that they all voted down. I mean, I don't think she's unqualified. I mean, who is qualified in a situation like this? It's like, when Scotland going to leave? You have to ask them, mate. It's not my call, brother. Oh yeah, last Sunday, I nearly got banned from fucking Sainsbury's. You heard? Well, you know what you say about things you hear about, mate. You should ask those people what getting things done meant, because no one can ever answer that question. I nearly got banned from Sainsbury's the other day, because I went to Sainsbury's, and granted, I looked a bit, what I was wearing was a bit eye-catching. I had my fucking hair, I had my hair spiked up in a full mohawk. I had my sleeveless leather jacket with the studs in it, and I was wearing my fucking Beetlejuice leggings, and I had a pair of gloves on because it was cold. And I walk into Sainsbury's, and there's this bunch of geezers who are like making comments, and I was just waiting for them to fucking say something. They kept I could tell out of my peripherals. And one of them said to me, he's like, "Oh, you on your way to a fancy dress party?" And I just couldn't help myself. I went, "Yes, mate, I was going to go as a boring middle-aged cunt, but I see you've got that costume sewn up." And then the guy just went, "Oh," and then we saw who the snowflake was then. And then and they were going, easy tell. And I'm like, I was like, take it on the chin, mate. Like your uncle's bollocks. You get it through Sargon. Right, well, there's your problem there, mate. Don't get anything, mate. Don't get any news through one source, particularly if that's... Sargon of Akkad is not a news source. any more than I am a news source, I guarantee you, Sargon's not Sargon's not a journalist or a reporter. People aren't fucking feeding him information. He's getting it from the... I'm sure he's not even fucking fairly representing the fucking biased fucking sources that he does use. So, or if you're Alex Jones, he once referred to Sargon of Akkad as a science channel. I don't care what Sargon says. I mean, I haven't given a shit about Sargon for ages. I never gave a shit at him before. Like I said, the only videos I've ever done on him are ones I had to get paid to do. He's entertaining. That is your opinion. You're entitled to it. We are going to have to agree to disagree. It is my cousin Goose, who is the family member just above me in the black sheep rankings of my family, got me this, and this is and I was disappointed because he did sort of hint that he was going to get me the shorts to match. Do I think honestly? Can I be perfectly honest? I don't care who wins the Labour leadership race. I just want them to get the fuck on with it. Well, to be fair, JPL, you have just described 90% of what I do. Fucking hell, I've done videos where I don't even read the story. You know, I basically just... It's like, for this video, I will not actually be reading the articles. I'll just be reading the headlines. Because that's all anyone ever fucking reads these days. So, fuck it. Actually, let's check the news. While we're at it, let's fucking... You want a news source, War? Here, I'll be your news source now. Let me just go on Google News, and then we'll steam through some of this. Here we go. Right. Okay. Cabinet reshuffle. Oh yeah, Sajid Javid stepped down. God knows why. Probably didn't like his nickname in the Tory fucking, you know, in the Tory staff room, you know. Probably because everyone kept calling him Raj or Mr. Patel or whatever. Or doing a funny impression of him whilst wobbling their head, you know. Donald Trump is... Oh, yeah, this was fucking hilarious. But apparently Donald Trump's already said that he's fucking going to be... He's already looking to doing a trade deal with the EU ahead of Boris Johnson. I'm like, fucking go on. Go on, Donald, make my fucking day. Met Office issues danger to life warning ahead of Storm Dennis. Oh, the fucking It's Always Sunny memes will be epic when Storm Dennis hits. Yeah. Well, anything can be entertaining if you fucking try hard enough. Yeah. A 4-point plan for Labour. 1. Stop being crap. 2. Coronavirus. Do you hear that fucking... There was that story I read yesterday where, like, Chinese takeaways in the UK, some of them are having business... Some of them have lost, like, 80% of business thanks to the coronavirus. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Storm Dennis, because of the implication. Yeah. First of all, the first thing of let's have the Dennis system storm. You know, the first one is destroy buildings. Yeah. How to avoid the London transport hotspots that could spread the coronavirus. How about this? Avoid London. What do you mean the transport hotspot? What? Just so you've got to avoid the parts of London that have got lots of people in them. Okay, that would be what, Slough? I was talking to a mate of mine recently, and he was talking about like, why didn't Corbyn win? Because he didn't get enough votes, mate. I don't care why. It's like I'm not really interested in what happened, mate. He didn't. Corbyn's going to be going soon, and we start again. You know. You know, there's no one answer. There's no simple answer to that. And like I said, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Now it's kind of a. It makes no never minds, as to quote Cameron Poe. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle axe all 15 UK staff in sign they never plan to return to Britain. Oh no! See? Fucking evil bitch Meghan Markle. 15 more people. Yeah, but Corbyn didn't really have a choice, mate. You know, it's you know. because they you know, in order to fucking get Brexit done, they would have, you know, whoever was in power needed to have a mandate, and they didn't have that. That's why the general election, because, you know, because every deal that was put forward was getting voted down. The only way to resolve it at that point was to have a fucking general election, so you could try it, so one party or another could get a fucking majority, which would then give them a mandate to do it. Yeah, they could have done, but it wasn't the one they wanted. That would have then betrayed everything they'd said beforehand, you know. It doesn't, again, it doesn't matter now. You know, if me, you know, if my mum had wheels, she'd be a car, you know. Well, no, it doesn't. I don't. It's not a case of minding right wingers running the country, mate. Listen, dude. Right wingers have been running this country now for the last 10 years. That's not a new thing. You know, I grew up in the. You know, right wingers were running this country up until the age I was 18. You know, and then again when I was 30. The majority of my life, right wingers. That's not the case. It's not what I'm saying. You know. You know, and Thatch, mate. I mean, I grew up under Thatch. Good old Thatcher, you know. Yeah. Say what you want about Thatcher, you know. No, seriously, the cunt's dead. Say what you want. But at least with Thatcher, you knew where you stood, right? You didn't need to have an opinion, because you didn't care. I'll say this: I wish more left wingers had the sort of attitude that Thatcher had, in the sense that her attitude was, right, you've elected me now, you're going to do what I say goes. If you don't like it, you can unelect me in 5 years. You can fucking piss and moan all you want, right? No, I don't think there's, you know, would you think there's no division in fucking UK politics right now? I think it's quite evident there is, you know. Yeah, Thatcher had the decency to die. Well, no, look, here's the thing about Thatcher. You know, Thatcher, you know, she was, Thatcher, you know, I can think of two things off the top of me. First of all, Thatcher wasn't against, you know, being in the European Union. She also, I remember a speech, I don't remember it, but there was a speech she gave, fucking hell, when was it? Some point in the early 80s, about global warming. About, you know, about how, you know, something we need to sort of like start, you know, prepare, you know, thinking of policies to fucking combat this. So even she fucking, you know. So there's two fucking points right there, you know. Will crustaceans rule the earth? I think there's some school of, there is an argument to be made that they already are, mate, quite frankly. They couldn't do a work. Do you think they could do, if we had a crustacean running the fucking country, do you think honestly they could do a worse job than some of the cunts who are in charge already? All right, Market Harbour local news, some of my favourites. Works to Lubenham Scarecrow Festival weekend raises record amount for 11 local good. A Scarecrow Festival, that's the world I live in. I know Javid's gone, mate. I literally covered that about 5 minutes ago. Here's how harbour businesses can show their support for the armed forces. What, you know? But what, you know? Can we just say it? Can't we just say yes? Whatever. Explosions and plumes of black smoke as blaze destroys boat. Fair play. This is quite funny, actually. This was a story about a fucking narrow boat that caught fire. And I'm like, how the fuck do you get, you know, Corbyn's not going to start his own party, mate. He's not going to. That's not even a discussion worth having. Corbyn knows that would do more damage than fucking anything, you know. And he's not going to start his own party, and it wouldn't matter if he did. It would be a fucking irrelevance, you know. He's still going to be he's still going to be in the Labour Party. He's just not going to be a leader, you know. He's always been in the Labour Party. He's spent, you know, he's not like, it's not like with Bernie Sanders, who's just like, jumped in and sort of, joined the Demo. He's on the Democratic ticket the last few times. Where he hasn't actually been one. This is a Corbyn's always been in Labour. Only by Enfield. Hey, Harry Enfield. Oi. Yeah, but he could be. Like I said, mate. Could, would, should. These are irrelevant fucking hypotheticals you're asking, because it's not going to happen. So I'm not even going to waste my time wondering about it. Yeah. Hey, it's not just Blair. I mean, listen to the thing. You got to remember the thing. Tony. You got to remember before, like, Labour was supposed to win. I mean, the reason there was such a shock when Tony Blair won in '98 is because Labour was supposed to win the previous election. I mean, it was literally like, it was a shock when the Tories won in like 92, 93, I think. I can't remember what year it was. Because it was like, it was like almost because they reduced the country down to fucking, rubble. The British industry was like one locksmith in somewhere in the northeast somewhere. The farming industry was like, everything had been, the NHS was fucking, was got, public transport, everything was fucked. And it was like, right, now they pass, but somehow Neil Kinnock managed to fuck it up. And it was at that point people sort of came to the, how can you win without the sun backing us? We've done it before. Dude, if you're going to make I'm not going down this idea that, like, it's like you can't win without so-and-so backing it. Guess what? How about this? Just that's just what you've got to compete with, mate. And do you know what? How about this? What if we lied? What if we did this amazing thing that all politicians do, and we lied to get in power, and then went, you know what? I'm not saying, look, listen, I'm not having a go at Bernie. I'm just trying to point out the difference between a lot of comparisons people make. But a lot of people make comparisons between Bernie and Jeremy Corbyn. I'm like, the difference would be that Corbyn's always been. But do people still read those? Yes, mate. The Sun newspaper is the most widely read. Is the most it's the biggest selling, most read English language daily newspaper in the world. No, don't have a don't have a go at Chris. He's only he's just asking questions. That's fine. They're not childish. They're just it's all right. It's all right to fucking don't have a pop. Ask some fucking if you don't like them, ask some meaningful questions. But don't have a go at someone for asking questions politely. You troll, Chris, asking civilized questions. If you just came in and posted in all caps, lol, you AIDS-infected junkie scum piece of shit rapist, then I'd be like, So do you see what just happened there? So to two people who had a sort of minus, have just apologised and settled their differences. Can we fucking preserve this moment in a time capsule so that fucking historians can look back saying like it was possible? So shines a good. This is like that bit in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory where Charlie gives the fucking everlasting gobstopper back, and Willy Wonka's like, so shines a good deed in a weary world. People will not believe this. People will flock from fucking all corners of the internet to watch this moment. What minute 171 in this live stream, Or even that, I could just not make it public, and it could just be a fucking a myth. We could just tell people of this. You weren't there. You didn't see the time that two people had a slight disagreement and then settled their differences amicably, like grown-ups, and got on with it. You can finally buy a Nintendo PlayStation prototype. I think haven't they already sort of brought that out? Anyone else having a drink? Why, do you not want to drink on your own, Chris? Are you sat there getting pissed on your own, and you realise you don't, you realise by doing so, you could be an alcoholic. So, but if someone else in the stream is drinking alcohol, is that my butt? No, I doubt it. That's someone next door. You're having a smoke. Well, that's not having a drink, is it, Dan? Yeah, your bird. Yeah, sorry, Del Boy. Is that your bird, Rich? Yeah. Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah. It's my bit of snatch. I remember the original, but I had the original PlayStation. Yeah, that is my bird, Derek. Yes. What do you mean we need an alternative media? We've got one. Dude, how much more alternative media do you need? You've got, aside from all of the obvious mainstream ones, you've then got all of the blogs, all of the, you've got all of the shit on the internet, you've got all of the, all of the independent people who do, I mean, this is, you've got, I mean, how much more media can you fucking, yeah, but it's, well, that's just rubbish, Chris, isn't it? To say it sucks and no one likes it. Well, obviously that's not true, right? Don't be like Brian the Gamer, Chris. Don't be don't be someone who just talks in these ridiculous absolutes. Well, I'll tell you what, Chris, why don't you do something about it? Rather than complaining, why don't you come up with something? It's easy to sit there and say, oh, this is shit, that shit, we need this, we need that, but why don't you go and do it? Liam, it's not winning Tories over, is what I mean. But do you know what you need to worry about, mate? You need to worry less about winning Tories over. How about that 40% of people who don't vote, right? Again, do something about it. Figure out how. What, why isn't it? It's always easy to sit there and say this ain't working, it's always easy to pick holes in what's obvious. Does voting matter? Well, obviously. If it did, then, well, I mean, it seemed to matter in the last election. It kind of makes the decisions, doesn't it? I mean, if you honestly think that the fucking everything would be the same no matter who, then that strikes me as spectacularly fucking naive. What I think is dangerous is when people sit there and they fail to see that that even when the two sort of even if you don't like the two candidates, even if you feel the two candidates who are sort of like your options are not different enough, that one little difference, just a difference in one fucking position can make all the difference. Do you know what the main difference? But people said that about Ed Miliband and David Cameron in 2015. Do you know what? And let's assume that they were identical in every way. But do you know one thing that Ed Miliband was different to David Cameron on? Right? Ed Miliband, did not want to hold an EU referendum. David Cameron did. So even if those two guys were identical in every single way except that, if Ed Miliband had done, imagine how different it would have been. You see what I mean? I know that's why Cameron won, but my point, you're missing the point, Chris. I'm not saying this is why one side won or the other didn't. What I'm trying to tell you is that this is when people sort of say when people abstain from voting because they don't feel there's enough difference, or the part, or the two, the two options are not, they seem too much of a muchness. I'm like, yeah, but what are they different on, and how? And think, when you look at it, even like, just like I said, if that was the only thing they were different on, that's how different. That's how much one just disagreeing on one thing can make. NASA Mars 2020 rover arrives in Florida. Oh, fucking hell, poor bastard. Wanted, new astronauts for NASA moon mission. Oh, I think I'll apply. Fuck it. I wonder if that's on Facebook fucking jobs page. I'll apply to be an astronaut. I'll go to Mars. Fuck it. Britain needs to make weed legal. I think we've got much more pressing issues in the moment, mate. When Brexit kicks in, we're going to be struggling to fucking, we're going to, we're going to struggle to fucking, hold on. We're going to be struggling to get medication we need for people who are actually sick. We never had a, we don't need to making weed legal is not a fucking priority issue at this moment. I don't say I disagree with you. I'm just saying it's not something I'm going to be busting a blood vessel over. Yes, Chris. Chris, now you're just trolling. Yeah. What's going to happen to what's going to happen to that poor fucking... What's going to happen to that poor fucking Mars? The most distant world we've ever explored just shed light on how planets are born. Wow. Yet more useless fucking information from the space program. Yeah, I know that, dude. Okay, I suffer from anxiety and depression, so I don't think that I don't take those two things seriously. I'm not a weed smoker, I never have been, but guess what? Like I said, it's not my priority, at the moment, and it's not one that I'm going to be. There are other issues. There's much more pressing issues in the moment. We've got to get Brexit. We've got a year to get fucking Brexit sorted before we worry about trying to convince the fucking Tory party to legalise weed. Good luck with that, Yeah, that guy sent me evidence, did he? Okay. Hold on. Oh, excellent. Was it good? Am I about to be... Is like my career about to be over? Ginger, Okay, dude, okay, well, sorry, mate, but you're really oversimplifying this. No, we can't, right? We can't, mate, I'm afraid. Like, we just can't, okay? It's not a case of walking or chewing gum. It ain't like we got two... It ain't like getting Brexit done is one thing, right? That's just, It's like everything. It's like it's like a million and one fucking things. It's not just like, like I said, get that, good luck with, what is this? Oh, right, that's, okay, this is Bob Fusco's, apparently this is Bob Fusco's proof that it's what looks to be, it's a Pennsylvania license plate for what looks like a scooter or a motorcycle with the words Camin, with $ Camin. That's his proof, is it? Right, well, I don't know about you guys, but I don't know how you can possibly even look me in the eye after that, Is it? Did he actually send that to you, or is that you fucking around? Because honestly, I'm willing to believe either is true. It's just you fucking about, right? Do you know what you should do is, though? You should send it to him. You should send that to him saying, this is Coughlin's bike. Like, scrub out Pennsylvania. Or fuck it, just leave it on. I bet the cunt won't even fucking notice. Say, like, this is a picture, Coughlin got that electric scooter. Like, this is the fucking license plate he's got on it. And honestly, that's better than the evidence he's presented. So, it's so far, What's his name? Bob Fusco. So, yes, just send him a picture of me with like my face, my head superimposed on Jeremy Clarkson's body, like in a Bugatti or something like that. Or what's wrong, Red Moon? I think we should just feed him loads. I think we should all send him, rather than blocking him, we should all send him loads of stuff. Yeah. Send him the breakdown video from 2009 saying, look, see? I mean, if this isn't proof of anything, I don't know what is. You know. I was tempted to when I got sent the link to his account, I was tempted just to bombard his fucking inbox with dick pics. Going, there you go. Have one on me, sunshine. What's this? Slipknot still don't know. Have I seen Sean's video? No, I haven't. I've seen. I know all about the bell curve, mate. I like Sean's stuff, but I mean, I'm not going to watch a video about it. You know. How many people are here? Pretty much everyone, mate, including me. Prince Philip health fears. Yay! Duke's age concerns royals. Well, it fucking should. He's about 120,000 years old. Queen's milestone. I'm amazed he's still going. Will I be seeing Rage Against the Machine? No. Never seen Rage before. I've seen oh god, what was the band? Well, I've forgotten the name of the fucking band now. It was the one they did with what's its face. It was the geezer from Soundgarden. Audio Slave. I saw them before. I can't remember where the fuck it was. Incel lives matter. They really don't, mate. They don't even matter to them. That's why they're called that's why they're incels. If you don't believe me, ask them. Yeah. You hate Thatcher, right? Okay, Rage Against the Machine and Thatcher have got nothing to do with each other, mate. I'm pretty sure. You know, that's the trade-off for having a shitty government, is that we get lots of great art. You know, profits of Rage. No, I've heard the Lost Profits, although they're not as popular as they used to be. In fact, the sort of you could actually credit Thatcher with actually inadvertently creating what became known in this country in the 80s as alternative comedy and things like The Young Ones and shit like that. Because because when you have an economic downturn, like stand-up comedy becomes much more prolific, and there's a lot more stand-up to put on because it's the cheapest thing to fucking produce. You just need a microphone and a stage. You don't even need that in some cases. Dan, we know it's Audio Slave, you fucking idiot. I mean, Nigel Farage had a podcast. I don't know if he still got it. It's called Farage Against the Machine. And like when it came out, Rage Against the Machine had to issue a public statement saying, we have got fuck all to do with this cunt. Do not associate us with this bullshit. They can't sue him. It's his name, Rage Against the Machine is not an original. I think it's an expression that existed before they did. Plus, it's not really in keeping with their style, is it? Rage Against the Machine suing someone, it's kind of like, yeah, there's that fucking geezer on Twitter we were talking about earlier. It's in the Mirror, it's in the Independent. Yeah, you would, but that's irrelevant. Dan, you saying you would do, you saying you would do it is not in any way, helpful or towards the argument. R. Kelly could get another shot at bail. For fuck's sake, get to the trial and fucking televise it. I'm fucking itching for that. I've been building up for this one. This is my favorite fucking. This is my favorite new TV show. Thoughts on Putin? Well, what do you think, mate? Come on, you're not new round here, are you? Or if I have to say something good, just to be discreet contrarian, I do like the fact that he's always got this smug little grin on his face, like, and he's looking at you like going, yeah, yeah, I know, and I know that you know, and you know that I know that you know, right? Yeah, I'm fucking with you. He's just got this little look on his face, going, you know. I know, I know, I know, I know, and I know but I'm not, that's it, really, and he looks like Dobby the house elf, but that's about it. The name is too dramatic. That is the dumbest fucking criticism of Rage Against the Machine. We met our husbands on Take Me Out. Fucking hell, that's destined for. There's a relationship destined for. He's aged pretty well. Yeah, it's amazing how well someone can age when they've got literally £50 billion, isn't it? When they own all the money. No, you don't. You can talk like whatever you want, mate, because guess what? We are the music makers and we are the dreamers of dreams. What's a valid criticism? I don't know. The music, maybe? Should billionaires exist? I don't think there's a should. That's a should or a shouldn't argument, mate. I think it's, they do. And look, I'm not one of these people who's against. I'm not against people having lots of money if they, I'm not against, saying, by the same token, I know there are people out there who, I'm someone who's fucking avoided money, who couldn't be a rich person if I fucking tried. And I quite like, I've always been a minimalist. I quite like having just the bare minimum to get by. It's not ideal. Yeah, but I'm not against people being billionaires, but at the end of the day, they, I don't like it. I'm just like, if you're going to be a billionaire and you're going to be super rich, don't fucking moan about it. You know what I mean? Just do it properly. Just be like, yeah, it's, just don't fucking act like that the idea of you paying another 3% tax is a fucking somehow like the equivalent of being a Jew in the 1930s Germany. It's not this, just, there's nothing worse than that, Don't, I'm not saying you can't have problems, but just don't expect anyone to feel sorry for you, because, you can eat takeaway and lose weight. Wealth is subjective. It's not really, though, is it, mate? I mean, $50 billion is not a subjective fucking thing, is it? If I, me having £50 billion and me having £5,000, that's not subjective, is it? That is objective. That is, that is a quite obviously, quantifiable, tangible difference, I know what it is, mate. It still is what an objective difference. If you woke up tomorrow and you had 10 billion of whatever currency you use in your bank, you would notice that. That's an objective difference. right? You can call it whatever you want. You can sit there and just throw meaningless words at me. It doesn't matter. The fact is, it's an objective difference. Yeah. Yeah, but we don't live. Guess what, mate? We don't live in 1930s, though, do we, mate? Again, we're not gonna unless you. Okay, if you woke up tomorrow and assuming you haven't travelled back in time 90 years, right? Let's assume we live in a world where time travel is not possible. Your opinion of that, see, now I know. Now I just know you're being a cunt. So, see, you could have strung me along there for fucking a good 20 minutes or so. Scottish Conservatives. Oh, God. Poor bastards. Okay, this is what I hate. These are news stories I hate. Slipknot's Jim Root says late bassist Paul Gray has been appearing in his dreams. Why is this a fucking story? Yes, a geezer's having dreams in which he sees, he has visions of his dead friend. It's hardly what is that in the fucking news? Camera names the 16 best pubs in Britain. Did your favourite make the cut? I doubt it. Let's find out anyway. Okay. Fuck off. Okay, the Bell, the Central Southern in Berkshire, pub of the year. Yeah. See, now but it isn't, is it? Again, the amount of money you've got is objective. Is an objective. Is an objective thing. It's kind of the thing that determines things that you don't like. You don't have to worry about. It'd be nice to. It doesn't mean you're not going to have problems. It doesn't mean you're not going to. You're not going to be upset or depressed or have bad times. But it does mean you don't have to worry about things like food, bills, rent, for a certain period of time. Kent, the Admiral Arms. This is just called. They should just call this Nigel Farage's bucket list. The Bridge Inn, the Flying Horse. I'm not clicking on another page for fuck's sake. What do I? So this white horse walks into a pub, and the barman says, "This pub's named after you." He says, "What? It's called Graham." Yeah, damn right. Money through whatever means possible. I'm not fucking. Well, again, I don't know why you're bringing that up. I don't know why that's relevant. Barbecue sauce. No, it's ketchup. Ketchup, then chili sauce. But then there's like loads of different degrees of chili sauce. Amber Rose explains how Kobe Bryant's death inspired her new face tattoo. What she got the word rapist written on it. LGBT racism. Christ, there's a fucking. The thing about tartar sauce is it doesn't go with enough stuff. Sorry, I've just been sent out. I've got. Okay, Ginger Greek has just sent my, Bob Fusco to expose me. He's just. Do you know what this? That's not even the worst fucking. That is not even the worst Photoshop I've ever had done of me. So that is fantastic. I'm saving that. Oh god. Cheers, mate. That was fantastic. Is that real? Oh yeah, totally. Dude, totally real. You know, you know, how could it not be? I mean, let's fucking. How could it? I mean, look at that. You know, you can't fake shit like this. You know. Was it annoying going round my hair like that? Yeah. So. I like the fact you've somehow made my head even bigger than Clarkson's. Like, was that big? See, Clarkson's head's so fucking big. You've had to make mine bloody massive. That's fantastic. I'll have to fucking. I'll get me old photo editor and I'll high def that up a bit. I love this AirPods Pro Lite. Yes, because the other the normal AirPods, they're just fucking. They're giving me neck crick, weren't they? I can't get my head balanced in with the. Reminds me when I went out one night with a fucking, with a padlock through me fucking, me flesh tunnel. That was a clever idea. Don't ever do that, Okay, let's look at the local news. Now that is a fucking local headline. Campaigner spots an embarrassing error with a hastily created bridal way put together by housing developers in Harborough. Fucking hell, the headline's longer than a pissing article. I don't give a shit, mate. Weed should have been legalized fucking decades ago. We should already have moved on, and we should have fucking we should have moved on to legalizing other substances by now. It's embarrassing that it's fucking we still haven't, quite frankly. I mean, Christ, they're banning fucking, they're banning fucking vaping and menthol cigarettes. So what the fucking hell chance have we got them to, No, I want us to get up to, we should be on bath salts by now. There should be the legalized bath salts campaign, Good luck making a fucking medical good luck making a sort of, medical benefits argument for that motherfucker. Do I think they'll meet my murder one day? I think they should have a thing where, like, once a month for like an hour, like randomly, like this big air horn goes off, like this klaxon, like, and at that moment, like, it's announced like one thing is legal for an hour. So it'll be like, for the next, like, like prostitution's legal for 1 hour, right? And then the klaxon ends, and that's it. It's like a sort of, it's like, no, not the purge. It's like it's a very, 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 it's a much smaller, much more easily manageable, much sort of, and it's also not done under the pretense of the purge, which makes no sense. Is the problem. The problem with the purge is it's a good idea that they didn't really fucking think through. They just really didn't, because they just never explained why why the purge had such a. They never sort of okay, so you legalize everything's legal for 12 hours, and that somehow leads to almost zero unemployment, higher. I mean, I don't, they never explain. That's the thing that's missing from that fucking film. And then they just decided to make about 17 of the bastards, and they could I'm like, just slow down. Well, no, I'm not. I'm open to the fucking. I mean, I'd like to see the Mexican version of the purge, where for 12 hours, one night of the year, for 12 hours, we will have a system of law and order we will have an infrastructure of government that will function under rigorous rules and laws enforced. No one could get insured. Yeah, well, I mean, also, I just kind of, I'm not too sure. And also, it's not just that. It's just I don't think that, if the purge started, I just like the idea that you have the purge for 12 hours, and that people don't gradually build up. It doesn't take time for people to gradually get to more extreme stuff. People just went, oh, the purge is there, right? Well, murder, obviously. That's the first port of call, is let's go out and kill random people. That's the fucking first thing. There ain't 1,000,001 fucking things you'd fucking have on your list. Yeah, exactly. The Swiss purge. Yeah, trains are 5 minutes late. Someone doesn't put a sign out when there's a puddle on the floor. The health and safety officers are taking an hour off. Can you help a trainee doctor from Harborough as she prepares to help others in Panama? No. This is the generous amount of goods the people of Harborough have collected for struggling families in Malawi. Brilliant. Harborough MP joins the Wombles picking up litter across the district. Ah! Wombles! This event in Harborough will help you learn how to get the perfect roses in your garden. Oh, thank fuck for that. Because all I've got now is a burnt out mattress and the torn up remnants of what used to be my fucking flat out in my garden. Take a look inside Harborough's new eco-village, and the thumbnail is of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Okay. I've got a feeling this is promising things that it can't fully fucking deliver. You've got a joke for me? Okay, go on. Hit me with it, Tubbs. This better be fucking good, or I'm banning you. Right. No, but seriously, I will. Yeah. How does a Jew make his tea? He brews it. Told you. Yeah, I've heard it. I love the way War. You just shit yourself after he gave the delivery on the for fear that he was about to say something much fucking worse. You've got another one, right? Go on him. Market Harbour pupil egged in coronavirus attack. You thought it was going to be a Holocaust reference. Well, maybe it was. I mean, the Jew might have been in the Holocaust brewing the tea. You don't know the context or the scene or setting from which that, or maybe he was brewing the tea. I don't know. I was walking past this alley, and down the alley there were these two dudes attacking this little kid. Okay, you've already used the word alley twice, which is, hey, Faith. Buggers up the rhythm of the joke, but, I'm nitpicking. Come on, for fuck's sake. This better be good, mate. This better be fucking amazing. So you've made me wait an ridiculously vast amount of time. Yeah. Timing, mate. The secret of comedy, timing, right? If you take much longer, I'm going to forget what the fucking original feed was here. Walking down an alley, you see two blokes beating up a little kid. Yeah. That's it. Right. Okay. But then you put ... So see that is, see, that's not even a joke. Right, it's not even an anti-joke. No, I'm not banning him. What I'm going to do is explain to him why that's shit. Right? Because there's a chance he doesn't know why. Burger King or McDonald's. Burger King burgers, McDonald's fries. I was at the train station the other day, and I said I was waiting, and then this thing comes up saying, "Oh, the 12:10 train to London has been cancelled because apparently it was heard saying something racist." Well, there you go. Then there's one for you. Just thought of that. No, I didn't see it. I saw the fucking feed. Unless this is you doing part of the joke, now you're trying to salvage it by claiming you posted it when you clearly fucking didn't. Yeah. Because this is unsalvageable. This is irredeemable, right? Classic reference. Yeah. See, now, Holodov, I thought better of you than to fucking sort of have to resort to that. Come on. Should women be allowed to vote? I don't think anyone should be allowed to vote. I don't think anyone sort of who hasn't got a knighthood, right? Of course women should be allowed to vote. Everyone should be allowed to fucking vote. Well, not everyone, but you know what I mean. And fuck it, everyone. Fuck it, why not? Where is Amazing Atheist? On his channel, Chris? Why don't you fuck off and go watch it now? Yeah, works. Train hits large tree. So that's all right, mate. Don't apologise. It's fine. Believe it or not, I have heard it before. I think there should be an age limit on like, it shouldn't just be like a minimum age. There should be a maximum age. Like, if you're like in your early 70s, you shouldn't be allowed to fucking vote because you'll be dead by the time that the fucking statistically, by the time the government that you voted for, assuming they get into power, you'll be dead before the fucking consequences are being faced. So yeah, you shouldn't be allowed. I think all old people should be killed at birth. It's the knife epidemic. Right, okay, here's the thing about the knife epidemic. There has been, there was a sharp increase in knife crimes and stabbing in London. And if you look at when this began, it coincidentally began just after the Conservative government made the economic decision to take 20,000 police off, to take 20,000 police off the streets in London. Right. And so they took these 20,000 police out of London. And would you believe it? It turns out that when there's less police walking around, there's a sharp upsurge in crime. It's not just stabbings that have gone up. That's just, that's the easiest fucking, form of violence. That's the closest we've got. That's the worst we can do, But next to that, it's egg whisks. Sharp increase. Yeah, that was the word I'm looking for. Which is quite funny when Boris was like, before Boris came into power, he was like saying, can I shout out your mate Mike Oxmall? Mike Oxmall. Yeah, Mike Oxmall. Yeah. I get that, Mike Oxmall. That was worth $2, fucking. Which is quite funny because when Boris was running the election, one of his policies was putting 20,000 police back on the streets in London. I'm like, what? The same 20,000 you took off? And that you took off under the argument, whilst arguing that it wouldn't make any difference. Whilst at the same time shutting loads of fire stations. Literally making the same argument, saying it wouldn't make a difference to the problems of, to the damage or the amount of effects caused by fires, by shutting down fire stations. And would you believe it? It turned out that's wrong. Harry Ball said, "You're just absolute, you're just a fucking endless stream of amusing genital-based puns." I'm liking it. I'm not really interested. I mean, it's just the unavoidable fucking fact is that it's like the sharp increase in these crimes just coincidentally happened directly, almost just immediately after they took 20,000 police out of it. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I know we all hate the police and all coppers are bastards, etc., etc. But, don't talk about your I wasn't talking about your literacy, mate. Okay, let's see if we can find some shit to watch. Any see, Richard Fondler doesn't work, mate, because you have to be, that doesn't work as a pun. You need to be, because you need to actually, because if someone doesn't know about the abbreviation, no, let's not, Chris. I'm convinced that Chris is Sargon at this stage because he must be. No one else would do that. No one else would request that. only Sargon would come in under a sock account and request that I watch his videos. You know. Oh, I see that. I haven't deleted it, but that was the 22 and that was the 1,337 minute long live stream that YouTube cannot upload. We're thinking about moving. I could give a shit, mate. Well, I mean, you know, Australia is one of the few places that might fucking actually be where the UK might be a preferable option, considering 90% of your country's on fire or fucking flooded at the moment. I was talking to an Australian friend the other night, and they was like, "Oh, it's raining." I'm like, "What? It's fucking raining." It's like, "Yeah, but it's like a monsoon and hailstones the size of fucking camels, and they're just fucking, you know." Do I do merch? I do. Well, the public, the I don't do paintings. I think sketches would be the right way to describe them, but they're yeah, they're. But if you go to T Public, Ultimate Fan is 2 people. He can be, if he wants to be. I'm not going to fucking question it. I don't want to get fucking cancelled again for the 8th time this year. Yeah.
Hello, George.
Can I put Wallace and Gromit? No. See now, that's a timeout. See, I know you thought by giving me $2 that I would let you sit in here and just, you know, but no, I'm just showing you that I don't care. You know, giving me money will not win me any favors. If anything, it will make me more suspicious of you. You know, you've got to at least give me, you know, $50 before I'll fucking let you talk to me like that. Fucking hell, the last stream I did, I ended up banning a guy who gave me literally £45 over the course of the live stream. And I unbanned him, and then he's been fucking posting on my community posts, fucking slagging me off, going, "I can't believe I was a fan of yours, you fucking piece of shit." I'm like, why are you here then? Go away. No, the trolls are not awesome. Not these days, mate. See, well, you probably don't. You don't remember you weren't here probably around in the glory days, in the good old days. Like I've seen, you know, back in my day, trolls were fucking. They pissed on the fucking sorry excuse for fucking trolls we have these days. You know, trolls used to be they used to be passion and art and dedication. It used to take its, you know. Nowadays, it's just fucking, it's lazy. I'll do whack it. I have done one of Joker, but I did one of him as not as Joker.
Generally don't exaggerate, and there's not much hyperbole here. And the end of our species that has been stated. This is the end of us, the end of humanity, the end of humankind, the end of it all.
I don't have an anti-troll bias at all. I love a good I love a good troll. But I'm just saying, if you're going to troll me, put some fucking effort in. You know. Make me feel that I'm worth it, you know. Don't be lazy, you know. I've been trolled by the best in the game, mate. You know, legends, you know, the fucking greatest of all time, you know.
The end of it. it's just total hell, genocide, implosion, sinking into the ocean. They just call the cops, and the SWAT team just comes and knocks your door down and shoots you in your house. I would go to these drills and watch Marines training to kill Americans. I mean, here come robots that kill you deader than a hammer. You see, you think I exaggerate? Suddenly, all over the country, they're turning up the brain scan systems on high, and everybody's hair's falling out, and they're getting cancer, and they just admit it.
Okay, first of all, it doesn't matter what he's. Okay, Alex Jones is not a troll. He's got an audience of millions who believe every word he said. That's not trolling, right? That's propaganda, right? That's that's demagoguery. That's fucking dangerous, Trolling is like going into a chat room and saying something offensive just to fucking annoy people, or winding people up. That's trolling. It doesn't matter. Yeah, but War, you're missing the point. Who cares whether he knows he's lying? Who cares whether all of these people could be lying? For all you know, I could be lying about literally everything. It doesn't matter. What matters is what people is how many people believe what they're saying. Right? Everyone at Fox News, for all we know, could know that they're lying. They probably fucking do. Every YouTuber could, who talks out their arse, could know that they're lying. What matters is how many people listen to them, and how seriously do they take them. That's what matters. It doesn't matter whether he believes or means a word of it. It's irrelevant, Secret Muslim, and crypto Jew. Remember this. There are three subgenre of fake atheists who are actually religious believer, and it's closet Christian, secret Muslim, and crypto Jew. I don't know why it's always those three. I don't know why it's not crypto Muslim or whatever, but
they're just killing us left and right. How they're going to give us shots that eat our brains. I mean, come on.
Now, you're right there, Mo. Tam Tam Pamela was... You know what I loved about Tam Tam Pamela? As soon as she fucking caused the biggest shitstorm ever, she just, she just came out and went, yeah, no, it's fake. See ya, bye. Did not give a shit. He says anything... I know that, dude, but you're missing the point. It doesn't matter what he... it doesn't matter whether he means it. What matters is how many people listen to him and how seriously he's taken. You could say the same about anyone who's in the public eye or who has a massive audience. You could say the same thing about any of them. It doesn't matter. If Alex Jones had 9 people, no, it doesn't, mate. Well, it clearly doesn't, mate, does it? Do you think 4 million people were listening to Alex Jones all thought he was a troll? Don't be so bloody naive, mate. This guy had millions and millions of people who fucking believed trust me, I have been following this motherfucker, since for 15, 16 years, right? I've seen, I watched him go from fucking having a 1-hour public access show, They don't have to think, war, you're missing the point, mate. Listen, it doesn't matter what he is. What matters is how many people listen to him and how seriously do they take him. He's got an audience of millions, or he had one, and the majority of them take him very seriously. That is what, if he had 12 fucking people who listened to him, if 12 people listened to him and they thought he was a cunt and didn't fucking give a shit what he said, then he would be irrelevant, right? That's what matters. For all we know, Hitler didn't mean a bloody word he said. It didn't matter, did it? What matters is the consequences of what he said. Let's at least just be entertained. Let's not argue.
All Americans will have brain chips.
Yeah, do you hear? All Americans will have brain chips. Some of them have got to have fucking brains first. We'll get
generally don't exaggerate. There's a big movement in the U.S. and worldwide where men and women are chopping their arms and legs off, and they have their arms and legs chopped off more and more because they've always got to get trendier than the other. And then they live.
That's been a big fashion thing, hasn't it, recently? Like people chopping their limbs off to be trendy.
In a box in a diaper. Folks,
which is silly. Your skinny jeans don't even fit at that point.
Joking. When they kill 90+% of the world, they will be given immortality through genetic engineering. Giant pedophile armies with nuclear weapons.
Okay, now I'm confused about that. When he says giant pedophile armies with nuclear weapons, does he mean a giant army of pedophiles or an army of giant pedophiles? Like literally pedophiles who were like 8 foot tall. Like an army of them, or a giant army. I know I know either one, there's neither one is really preferable, but I think it's a distinction that he never fully made clear. Well, actually, you could say that. So you could combine it with the latest new trendy diet, right? After keto is eating yourself from the feet up. So you can combine having your arms and legs cut off. You can combine having your arms and legs cut off with a new diet, right? Because it's a diet. I mean, you're guaranteed to lose weight. Just eat yourself from the feet up. It's you can't go wrong.
Within the next 15 years. They are going to merge with machines and become gods and blast off to Alpha Centauris, and that all of us are going to be killed. Dead children covered in maggots. Confirmed radioactive isotopes being added to water supplies all over the country.
The man who thought he was an orange ate his own arm. Well, there you go then. He thought he was an orange. He was wrong. We all make mistakes, At least he checked. He didn't just fucking, he was skeptical enough to fucking have a go. I'm assuming he was a blood orange when he bit into it, Okay, hold on. I'm pissed off now. Hold on. Oh no, it's there. Thank God. I thought the Alex Jones 5-hour long Alex Jones compilation video had been taken down, and I was about to fucking do my shit. I must have watched this fucking video about 50 fucking times. It's like some weird experimental art project. It's like jazz bollocks.
Hey, whoa! You should look in the mirror and be shocked by what you are. Now I'm done talking to you, scum. And you're scum. This stuff's real, folks. The army follows me around to and from work a lot of days.
I love that. The idea of Alex Jones walking to work and there's just all these tanks and soldiers behind him. Just like in full camouflage gear, helicopters above him, just to fucking wind him up. No.
I got guys in high and tight haircuts, special forces following me around. This isn't the game, people. Just taking the enemy and going, just terminate him. I have the army following and watching me have homosexual sex and worship Satan. The army is following me around. They might be following me home today. I'll be like, oh, there they are behind me, and I can take 10 turns, and they're following me. And the army follows me around.
I think my favorite when he was in court trying to get custody of his kids. My favorite tweet. It's one of my all-time favorite tweets. Some guy said, "If Alex Jones loses custody of his kids, someone should follow him around forever, telling him his kids were never real. They were just actors." And I thought that should literally be done. Oh no, the Alex Jones indie folk song is good, and of course the songs I did as Alex Jones, obviously. And the only video of his I've ever thumbed up is the one is the Justin Bieber rant, which I can do off by heart. I could do that off the top of my head. You know.
To and from work a lot of days. I got guys in high and tight haircuts, special forces following me around.
Why are they walking like that?
Take that anymore! And I'm sick of it! You know what it's like to go to sleep every night knowing you work for a bunch of psychotic killers and you bastards are probably going to end up killing me one day? You know what it's like knowing you've ruined my life? You know what it's like, you sons of bitches? I'm tired of your crap!
That's Alex Jones telling his kids off. I tell you what, I bet his kids were the most well-behaved fuckers on planet Earth. Because if his mum, if his missus just said, "Oh, you wait till your dad gets home," he's going to be really angry about that. You know, it's like he'd be like, "Fuck that." No, he knows the name of his kids. Like it was something that happened during his custody trial while he was being questioned, while he was like, you know, on the stand. He forgot one of his kids' names. It just slipped his mind, and he claimed that the reason he forgot it was because he'd eaten a bowl of chili earlier that day. Now I don't know what the fucking what rationale. You know, I have no idea what, you know, why on earth eating a bowl of chili would make him forget his kids' names. As someone who's eaten a lot of chili, no, he forgot one of their names as well. And he claimed it's because and I have no idea, like, I don't know what chili he's eating, whether this is like some chemical the NWO is putting in the chili to make us forget our families' names in order to break down the family units so they can end up getting giant pedophile armies. I'll tell you this other thing about Alex Jones. I will put money on this. He's probably one of the most consistently reliable Democrat voters of, he probably votes Democrat as fucking regular as clockwork. every year. It's like the opposite of ASMR. Whatever the opposite of that is, this is it. Like, this is the anti-ASMR.
You're a sicko! The 8-year-olds weren't defecating themselves then. It's just urination. Then they have to urinate and defecate in buckets.
Okay, I could live with that.
You don't believe me? Black people are going to rape you and give you AIDS.
If this was an advert for bath salts, I'd be buying it.
You're going to prison. I'm going to put you in jail, and blacks are going to rape you. That's who runs America.
I'm going to put you in jail, and blacks, like, as if the blacks part matters. As if that's like, as if you'd be like, whoa, you know, I'm not going to fucking, you know, I'm being raped in prison is something I can stand. When it's, you know, but mixed race, fucking, you know, mixed race prison rape is just something I'm not down for. You know, even I've got my limits. You know, what next, eh? Yeah, well, you know what? I was about to say that. That's what he's implying. He's saying men with big cocks is what he's actually fucking saying. Yeah.
There are a lot of sickos out there. Children forced to use bathroom in trash can during school drill. And once they put you in the squad car, it's over.
Dude, I piss in the bin in my own flat sometimes, but I can't be bothered to go upstairs if it's late. So I don't know why doing it during a fucking drill would be a big deal.
Got juries that would send a baby to the gas chamber if they were told to.
Okay, but the baby's going to take a while. I think they put the baby in the gas chamber. You wouldn't send it there because the baby wouldn't know what the fuck you're talking about. Wouldn't take a lot of gas anyway. You could just stand on the fucker, you know, just drop something on it, you know.
You're a sicko.
I started at 7 a.m. your time, mate. It was fucking it was midday-ish here when I started. Yeah. Believe no.
Black people are going to
Yeah, this is the Alex Jones. When Alex Jones is trying to think of something to say, when he's like, because he obviously it would be impossible for him. The amount of like content he does, it's impossible for him to write it all. So a lot of it has to fill in the gaps, and he makes this noise when he's trying to think of the next thing to say, which is it's like he's sort of like his brain's just sort of like, you know, whir. It's like a fucking generator that's like whirring away, and he makes this like you know, he just sort of like makes that noise, and that means he's trying to think of the next word to come out of his head, you know.
You age or going to prison, and blacks are going to rape you. I mean, my dad remembers being in college in the 60s and CD.
Do you know what? Hold on. Do you want to hear something funny? Alex Jones really hates the Bill Hicks conspiracy thing about him. He's very insecure about it, and do you know why? Because Alex Jones is actually in his you know, I think he's in his late 40s, and so. But Bill Hicks, if he was alive today, would be in his 60s, and that's what makes him. That's what he hates about it, is the fact that people are implying he looks like a guy who could be in his 60s. Like that's what fucking annoys him about the Bill Hicks conspiracy. You know, which I find quite endearing. That he's that he could be that he could be that insecure about his appearance. Like people are like, he doesn't just get it that it's just like it's just a dumb thing people came up with for a laugh, you know.
And how they were going to have touch screens and how everything was going to work, and then they claimed Bill Gates and all these people come out with it. I've seen countless science fiction movies where you'll see him walking around with what looks like an iPad doing things on it from 30 years ago. That's all.
No, Dusty. This is the guy who stood in. Let's not forget the before and after picture, which is one of the funniest images I've ever seen in the history of the internet. I would put it in a time capsule of things that need to be preserved from the internet. If we had to pick, like, you know, it's his before and after fucking thing from his weight loss supplement, which is just, I've lost that video I did about it. You know, I did an entire fucking video response to it, which I've subsequently lost. But no, it wasn't two different camera filters. It was just him. No, let me remind you of what it was. Here it was. There. That was it there. That's before, and that's after. Before, after. Apparently, if you take this supplement, your skin will go a bit redder and you'll have a different watch on. Right? And this was what he was. This was the photo he was using to sell. Yeah, the wall's a bit darker. But this was the photo he was using to sell his weight loss supplement. He couldn't even find an actor to pretend. Yeah. Look at this. This was him in skinny jeans. Like, dude, just... It must have... I reckon it took him a good fucking 3 to 4 days to get inside those fucking things. I know he looks at trans porn. I've seen that one. Yeah, you know, it was a bloody good spot. Whoever saw it though, but it was his own fault. He fucking the worst part about that though was his explanation afterwards. It was his attempt to. It was like he ignored it for weeks, and then someone actually asked him about it, and his whole fucking, like, it was just so lame. It was like dude, you know, because he's got an iPhone, because obviously Apple are communists. And he was claiming like, oh, it was like his phone got hacked and it was some pop up, and it was like what the fuck are you talking about? It was a separate browser window. People could clearly see. What do you mean? It was like, what, they hacked your phone because they knew the camera was going to be on it at that point. I've had I've been using an iPhone. No, he didn't. He didn't say that. He said it was actually a pop-up. He didn't claim to be looking at it. I'll find the fucking. Let me see if I can find the Was it Blair White? No, as far as I'm aware, no. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He's fully entitled to look at whatever turns him on. It's just like the reason it's a big deal or it's funny is because this is a guy who spends so many videos ranting and raving about fucking how people who are transgender are basically just perverts who want to fucking rape your kids and fucking and such and hey, maybe the wrongness of that turns him on, but all I'm saying is let's have a look. Here it is. Okay, so this has been. Okay, so this was yeah, technology. Okay, so okay, the anti-trans conspiracy theorist was. Oh, for fuck's sake! Here, have we covered? Oh fuck, Graham Linehan. He's lost his goddamn mind. I mean, he's like it's unsalvageable at this fucking stage, No, Graham Linehan's the guy who wrote Father Ted and the IT Crowd, and and works on things like Black Books and worked with Alan Partridge and lots of other things. Who sits on Twitter now. Yeah, well, Graham Linehan can think what he fucking wants. He's a fucking. Do you know what the sad thing is? Is the fact that do you know what fucking caused him to get to become? Do you know what fucking what the catalyst was? The reason why he became this fucking obsessed with transgender people, and it's because a few years ago he received some criticism on Twitter from some people about an episode of the IT Crowd where Douglas Renham has sex with a transgender woman who's had gender reassignment surgery, and there was they were criticizing some of the things some of the jokes in it, and that was it. That's all it was. Some people complained about that one joke, and from that was it. Since then he's become obsessed with, and it's just ridiculous. Like that's the thing that's like you've never had, like people haven't complained about anything he's done before. I remember when Father Ted came out, there were shitloads of complaints came in from Irish people. I mean, it's like I mean, even if you think whether or not the criticism was fair or not is irrelevant. It's like, why would you it's like if you can't deal with that, the idea that you would then. Okay, 2 days later, Jones claimed, right, everyone had porn pop up on their phones hundreds of times, adding that I've probably had porn menus pop up 500 times on my phone. Aaron Fours, a US actor with background in science technology, Fours wrote in a contained in its own tab, a rare See, now I've had an iPhone now for 10 years. I have never had anything pop up on the phone. I've never had fucking random shit like that. Certainly not for. I mean, no. The only time I've ever had porn pop up on my phone is when I've actually searched for pornography. Is my guitar damaged? No. All my guitars are working perfectly well. I swear the money was just resting in my account. Yeah, but I mean, you don't get pop-ups on an iPhone. That's like, you know, do I still do stand-up? I still do occasionally. I mean, I do like I do a few gigs every every now and again. But I mean, mainly I've been writing like lots of new stuff, and you know, the main thing is I'm trying to get an entirely new show together, and but I mean, ultimately, until I can afford the money to go to a festival and do it, you know, there's no I mean, and fucking going festivals is just, it gets more and more expensive, and it was obscenely expensive to do a festival fucking 15 years ago. I've got a friend who's a comedian who literally posted on Facebook the other day, I've just finished paying off all my debts for Edinburgh 2015. Like and he wasn't even joking. It's ludicrous. I had a mate who went to Edinburgh to one of the top venues, and he came away, and he had a really good run, sold out a lot of shows, came away £12,000 in debt, and that's, you know, that's standard, and that was back in 2008. You know, I mean, there are students protesting in the street because they go to the university for 3, you know. Social media. Well, I mean, everything's great. The internet. I mean, everything's great for comedians. Why is it so expensive? Because Edinburgh likes. Well, because they like to rinse you out of every penny you can get, because they know people are going to go there, because it's a place you can get shitloads of gigs. Not many comedians. You know, it's you know, most comedians don't get to do an hour. You know, they don't get to do their own show. And plus, Edinburgh's like the #1 arts festival in the world. And if you do one of the top, like 4 or 5 venues, you've got to first you've got to hire the venue for the entire run, and that's going to cost you about maybe, you know, £6,000-7,000. And then let's say you charge a tenner a ticket, the venue take half your ticket price. You've then got to take that. Then you've got a fiver left over. You've then got to pay your agent. You've then got to take all the money for advertising. You've then got to take all the money to pay for flyers. You've got to pay for your program entry. You've got to pay for all of any extra sort of advertising you want to do. You've got to pay. You got to pay for your accommodation, your travel, your living while you're there. You're basically, you know, you pay £10 to go see a comedian at one of the top main venues in Edinburgh. You know, they'll get none of that. They'll see nothing of that £10. They'll actually lose money, even if they sell out. Yeah, and if no fucker turns up, well, this is why, you know, the shows I've done, I do the free shows, because that's how the sort of whole system of doing the free stand-up shows came around. It was like a guy said, right, we'll just have all these venues, and, you know, all we do is charge the acts 20 quid, which goes towards the group sort of like the flyer to advertise all the shows. And we don't. There's no venue charge. There's no hire charge. There's no ticket charge. There's none of that. All you got to do is pay for your you pay for everything else yourself. And everything you fucking get given at the end of the show, when people put in the hat, they keep. You don't have to give any cuts to anything. And you know, and I've never come away. I've always come away with you know, profit. No, Kickstarter's not. You know. I'm not gonna go on Kickstarter to ask people to give me money to fucking go to the Edinburgh Festival. That's just, you know, that would be, you know. No, I like Will Hodgson. He's a good bloke. You know, I wish he did more. I remember seeing Will Hodgson like the 3rd or 4th gig I ever did, and I'd never heard of him before. And he was still only sort of, you know, relatively newish then. He was still like, you know, he was still well above me in the food chain, but he was trying out new stuff. But I didn't know who he was when I first met him. But that's basically why, you know. But that's basically, you know, the main problem is accommodation, because, I mean, I'm not joking. Like, okay, so you're staying in Edinburgh for, like, say, let's say for 3 weeks. You'll have if you get a if you get if you rent a flat, if you get one for, if you can rent a flat for like 500 to 750 quid a week, that's not uncommon. That's quite. Some places will charge £1,000 a week, and that's a fucking place you've got to share sometimes, often with 5 other comics, and it's a fucking, and you know, it's like, honestly, just, you know that scene, you know that episode of The Simpsons where the Radioactive Man movie is being made in Springfield, and all of the shops start quadrupling and like multiplying, and they flip their fucking signs over, and it says Hollywood. You know, instead of just like a hardware store, it says Hollywood Hammers and Nails, and it's like, now for, that's what Edinburgh. It's the single most ridiculously expensive fucking place on earth. Well, no, it's not, because it's not the Edinburgh Festival isn't happening where I live, mate. You know, this is the Edinburgh Festival. You know, it's like, you know, is comedy dying from wokeness? What utter shite. Oh yeah, comedy's mate. Comedy is stand-up comedy, especially, has never been more popular, made more money, had more outlets. You know, it's never been more fucking readily available. It's no. I'd like to know where it's who it's. You know, you can go and watch now through many different streaming services, or whether it's through iTunes, or whether it's just like, you can go watch more stand-up now than you could when I was younger, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when I was younger. You know, the only time you could watch stand-up comedy when I was a kid was either, you know, it would be like on video, or it would be like on occasionally it would be late night, maybe on one show, or it would be like there'd be like a comedian doing a stand-up routine, like on like a Saturday night show or whatever. But that was the only way you could see it, was by seeing it live, or when their DVDs came out. Right now, you go on fucking. There is more stand-up comedy on Netflix alone than you will fucking find anywhere. Than you would have been able to watch in a fucking entire year. Back in the 90s, when I was watching, when I was like a teenager watching it. This idea that wokeness has ruined it. Well, you know, I fight, if it hasn't fucking done, you know, I get, people laugh at what I say, you know, people are laughing at, you know, it certainly doesn't seem to be a problem for the comedians moaning about it, you know. You know, do you know last year, do you know who the fifth, some comedians say, but yeah, do you know who these comedians are, mate? These comedians are comedians who are shite, who can't get a gig, right? It's not, you know, nobody owes them a fucking audience. It's not, you know, you can't fucking sit there. If you're going to sit there, and if you can't get a gig, and you're going to sit there and say that, oh, it's because of this, that, and the other. No, that's your problem. You know, sorry. You know, it's not, no one owes you a fucking gig. No one owes you a fucking, and it's a load of crap. I watch fucking, have you seen, go on Netflix, right? I'll give you one comedian. You want to talk about, you know, political correctness, fucking, you can't say this, that, and the other. Go watch Anthony Jeselnik, right? Go watch his stand-up show. You know, he's just done his second Netflix special. He is as dark and grim and fucking over. You know, he is as raw as botulism. I've seen fucking. You know, I see loads of comedians who fucking who push boundaries. To be honest, I've never really watched much Joe Rogan stand-up, and the little bit I did, I wasn't a fan of it. He just seemed to be a guy who just, you know, seemed to shout and be angry about shit that I didn't really care about. But I mean, I'm not going to knock him for it. But it wasn't my cup of tea. But I mean, you know, but I've seen, you know, there's so many great comedians out there, and comedy isn't always about. And this is the other thing that annoys me. Comedy isn't always about being controversial. You know, comedy is about being funny. And I really wish people would appreciate that comedy, you know, you can be a great comedian and not necessarily be someone who is controversial or pushes the boundaries, or says things that are, you know, that cause outrage, or, you know, you can be a brilliant comedian and do none of those things. You know, Stephen Wright never fucking did that. You know, there's Lee Evans never did that. Eddie Izzard never fucking did that. You know. You know, at the end of the day, if you're funny, you'll get. If you're fun, at the end of the day, it's very simple. The comedy industry is like any. Is like any. If you're funny and you can get it, you'll bring in an audience and you're reliable, you'll get a gig. You know, it doesn't matter what your material. I know. I mean, I know this as someone who used to book and run his own. I used to run five. I used to run 5 fucking venues a month for about 2.5, 3 years, back in the late noughties. And I booked all sorts of fucking comedians, you know. Well, no, it's not about offending people. I mean, if you're a good comedian, you won't offend anybody. I mean, this idea that, you know, no comedian should write jokes thinking, who can I offend first? You write jokes thinking, what's funny first? People being offended is a byproduct of what you just write whatever you fucking. All you have to do is write, you know. Doug Stanhope doesn't sit down and think like, I'm going to write material that's going to piss these people off any more than I do, any more than George Carlin did. People sit down and write what they think is funny. And, you know, that and the jokes I tell, they're just jokes I find funny. That's just that's just my sense of humor. That's it. And if people are, and it appeals to a certain sort of audience, it'll offend another. But guess what? Those people who are offended won't fucking watch or listen. You know what I mean? You know, but, you know, it's just, the fact is there's loads of fucking comedians out there who are, there's one comedian in this country called Jeff Norcott, who interestingly was the guy who I did my first ever gig with, who is, you know, his whole sort of gimmick is the fact that he's, you know, he's a conservative. And he does like and he did like a fucking, he was, you know, he last time he was in Edinburgh, and I liked his show. I went to see it. I thought it was good. And like he was bringing in an audience because he was selling himself on the basis that he wasn't like your sort of like left wing, you know, atheist, feminist, fucking right on anti-racist comedian. He was actually selling himself on like, no, I'm actually a conservative. He's also a Christian. He's also, you know, and he sold himself on that. It said that. What do you mean it's said? Yeah, but but I'm telling you, War, as a guy who's been doing stand-up comedy for nearly 18 years now, right? That is actually more than 18 years now. That is bollocks. Right? There's no such thing as fucking, right? Anyone who wants to sit there and denigrate someone else's success because they can't get a fucking gig and then they want to sit there and start talking. It doesn't matter why people are watching. It doesn't matter why, but you know, if people want to fucking go and see someone and they enjoy it and they laugh, it doesn't matter whether they clap and laugh as well. Who gives a shit? I've never been to a stand-up show in my fucking life where everyone just sits there and claps in agreement. That's Bill Maher's audience at Real Time, right? But even Bill Maher still manages to cram some jokes in between it. But this figure, what you're talking about there is bullshit, right? I'm telling you that as a guy who's been doing this for over 18 years, right? And I've been watching stand-up since I was 9 years old, right? This whole shit about woke comedy is like, it's bollocks. My routines, you know, I go on stage and I do whatever I do what I do. And 99.9 times out of 100, people laugh. Sometimes they don't, but it's got nothing. But when you don't get a laugh, do you know whose fault it is? Yours. You walk off stage and, you know, you sit there and if you've got any humility or fucking dignity as a comedian, you go, right, I didn't get that. That was a bad gig. Why was it bad? What could I have done differently? If you can't get a gig because the audience aren't reacting or laughing to you, then guess what? You're a shit comedian. Or you're a comedian who's got an audience that is so fucking niche that you need to fucking work a bit harder and fucking to find them. Right? Comedy's not easy, right? But nobody owes you or anybody a fucking, you know, a reaction. Just because, you know, I hate it. I mean, the amount of times I see new acts go on stage and they start dying on their ass and they start taking it out on the audience. I'm like, motherfucker, they've paid money to fucking, you know, they've paid money to fucking sit there and it's your job. You know, you don't get to fucking berate them because they're not laughing at you. You know? Fuck me, Bill Cosby was still getting fucking, was still selling out theatres even after 50 women had come forward to accuse him of raping them. He was still selling. He didn't seem to have a problem. Christ, if you can't get a gig because you think your politics are fucking. What does that say about you? What does that say about them? The comedy industry does not have any moral. There's no morality in the comedy industry than there is in any other form of entertainment. Trust me. Like if people know you'll bring in an audience, and if people know you're going to sell tickets, they will book you. They don't give a fuck what you've been accused of, what your politics are. They will get you in. That's it. And even the comedians who complain about this, that, and the other, you'll notice they're still comedians. They're still people who do it for a living, And that's what pisses me off more than anything. It's like, do you know how lucky you are to be able to fucking do this for a fucking living, and you're complaining about it? It's just it's insulting. 99.9% of people who set out to do stand-up give up within the first year to 18 months. Because that's the hardest time and they can't hack it. If you're at a point where you're able to be able to do it for a fucking living and get and it's your job, enjoy it, don't stop, don't the last thing I'd want to be known as is the comedian who's famous because who's well known for being the guy who complained about how he couldn't get a fucking gig. That fucking prick Owen Benjamin. I did a video about him about a year ago. Yes, but mate, Jerry Seinfeld, mate. Do you know how much money Jerry Seinfeld and Chris Rock just did a fucking, special on Netflix? Jesus, Jerry Seinfeld, mate. Do you think Jerry Seinfeld struggles to a gig? Okay, so they don't do college campuses. Good for them. Do you know what? I've only done a few college campuses. Do you realise the microscopic percentage of gigs what college campuses represent? There's not a lot of money actually in them. They're not a huge fucking, most, in this country, it's like Jerry Seinfeld is literally worth like fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. He had he was getting paid how many millions for every episode of Seinfeld? And Chris Rock, right? It doesn't matter. That's their right. If they find that, what, there are certain places I've done gigs at where I don't feel that I've fucking done well. And normally I'll avoid doing gigs at certain places for whatever reason. Do you know what? That's nothing to do with PC culture or to do with this, that, and that. It's to do with the fact that, I don't tend to work in that certain environments, or I don't enjoy doing those gigs. There's this type of gig, there's this expression in stand-up called corporate. When you do a corporate gig, which is like where basically a business, a company will be having like a convention, what have you, or they'll be having like a sort of conference, and they'll be doing this, that, and the other, and a comedian, and they are notoriously shit. They are notoriously shit fucking gigs, but they're gigs that pay well, But no one is suffering, least of all Chris Rock or Jerry Seinfeld, because they're not doing college campuses. Chris Rock literally just had a fucking Netflix special. No, but mate, exactly, top comedians, mate. You've just said the word in your fucking top comedians. These guys are top comedians. These guys are not struggling for work, right? Just because they're a place, not every comedian, like I said, mate, nobody owes you a fucking laugh. If you find that you don't like, if certain comedians determine, I don't like doing, I wouldn't mind being a top fucking comedian. I'm not a top fucking comedian. Do you know what I mean? Who cares whether Chris Rock or Jerry Seinfeld don't do fucking college campuses? That's their fucking right. Chris Rock did a fucking Netflix special. Do you know how many millions of dollars he would have got paid for that? Ricky Gervais got $15 million for one fucking Netflix show last year. He was the 5th highest earning comedian in the world because he did one gig. Right, I wouldn't mind that. That doesn't sound too fucking bad to me. The fact these people, as you just said, are top comedians means they are getting shitloads of work and they're doing it for a living. You know, there's never been a point in history where there have been, where every type of where comedians have worked everywhere. You know, I don't work I don't work in every environment. There are gigs I've done sometimes just literally because I've needed the money, not because I thought it was going to go well. There are venues that I fucking, you know, I've never done work at. You know, what's the best paid gig I've ever had? Well, I mean, that would be, well, I mean, I'd done like, well, when I used to run my venues, I used to like, you know, my top venue that I ran was a little community theatre in my local town. And I would make about fucking 800 quid, you know, from that one alone. That's after I've paid the acts, because it always used to sell out. Did a special against me. Yes, but Dave Chappelle, mate. Who is Dave Chappelle? He's one of the biggest. He's one of the He's one of the highest earning, most successful comedians. You're using examples. Every example you use is one of the biggest comedians on the fucking planet, right? If you're one of the biggest comedians on the planet, Dave Chappelle is entitled to his opinion, but Dave Chappelle is not struggling for fucking work. Dave Chappelle sells out. Dave Chappelle could tour anywhere and he would sell out. Fuck it, I'd go see Dave Chappelle. I'd buy a ticket to see Dave Chappelle. Loads of people, but you know, it would set. You know, you can't if the best examples you've got of this is like the top 10 comedians, highest earning comedians on the planet, you can't sit. It kind of stubs out your point. If these guys were struggling, but like I said, no one owes him a fucking laugh. It's something, you know, people who are politically correct have every right to fucking, you know, go to see a stand-up show and laugh too, you know. There are comedians who have much more politically correct comedy routines, and guess what? There are people who find that funny and people who don't. Right, and there are and those guys who don't, those guys don't work in other places, and there's those that do. You know, it's like it's like this ain't a new thing. You know, it's never been a new fucking thing. You know, there used to be a thing. I mean, back in the 80s, just because they aren't struggling doesn't mean. Why is it a problem? Okay, you need to explain to me, mate, why it's a problem that every comedian who you mentioned, who will literally sell out every gig they can book the biggest venues in the world, Carnegie fucking Hall, charge $50 or more a ticket, it will sell the fuck out. But because they don't like doing college campuses, which the only people who are going to see are university students who ain't going to be paying that much anyway, it's a fucking microscope. It's a, you aren't explaining why that's a problem. I don't struggle to find Dave Chappelle shows. If I want to see Dave Chappelle, if I want to watch Jerry Seinfeld or Chris Rock, I find it's quite easy to fucking find their stuff, and it's quite easy for them to get work. Why is it a problem? If someone's not getting, if this was a case of like they weren't getting in the audiences and people weren't finding them funny anymore, tough fucking shit, built their brands before. Yes, but that's not the fault of that. Oh my God, War, listen to yourself. What? So people who are politically correct who go to a comedy show, they're obliged to laugh because this joke was. It doesn't matter whether you find it funny or not. I'm obliged to fucking laugh at something because it was a. Should I sit there and laugh about jokes about Pakistanis or jokes about or like racist or sexist material? It's not a straw man. You said these people came around there exactly, but they're still massive. They're still selling out everywhere. Dave Chappelle is actually over in the UK at the moment doing gigs. Guess what? Every fucking venue sold the fuck out. Thousands of seats, right? No problem. Right. So where has PC culture damaged Dave Chappelle? He's still fucking selling out everywhere. He's still getting fucking getting his one man specials. He's still bringing out fucking material. He's still getting booked everywhere. There is no promoter on the planet who would not book Dave Chappelle if they had the opportunity to. There is no comedian who would not book Chris Rock or book Jerry Seinfeld. Yeah, I love physical comedy. We actually talked about it. I love Jim Carrey and Lee Evans. Yeah, I like Laurel and Hardy. That's like saying poverty isn't a problem because there are still... No, it's not, mate. Right? You're literally, oh my, you know what, I feel like I'm just like not getting through it. You know what, mate, you're right. PC culture is killing comedy. That's why comedians are now making more money and getting more exposure than they ever have done. And, you know, and they're selling out still all over the world. And all of the world's top comedians are fucking, you know, are suffering more than, you're right. You know, I don't, what the fuck do I know? I only do it for a fucking living, you know. Right, all right. But I'm just not gonna sit, you know, I can't sit here and just talk to a brick wall, mate. Sorry. How are you? I'm fine, Yvette. How are you, darling? What was I doing? I was fucking trying to find something. Here we are. We'll agree to disagree. No, you'll agree to disagree. I'll agree that you're wrong and I'm right. That's me. That's my version of being reasonable. I mean, all I know is I've never struggled to find comedy I enjoyed or that I thought was, yeah, it's always been there. You know, the idea that comedy is no longer going to exist one day is. Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Here we are. Actually, no, hold on. Better idea. Fuck it. Let's do some illegal streaming. This is Anthony Jeselnik. A guy who, by his own admission, describes himself as, you know, being someone who is quite woke and right on. But there we go. I'll just give you 5 minutes. Hold on.
Did everybody get that one?
If you've got Netflix, honestly, watch this guy. He's
incredible. If you didn't get that last joke, don't worry. This next joke is just like it, only dumb. One of my old friends from high school now works as a doctor in the emergency room. He once told me that 25% of his job is pulling strange objects out of people's asses. We don't talk much anymore. But I see him all the time. If you didn't get either joke, how did you figure out Netflix? I live in Los Angeles, like you fucking wish you could. I like my place. I'm not that crazy about my neighbors.
This is amazing.
Like I live on the same street as 3 different families of Jehovah's Witnesses. And no matter how many times I tell them no, absolutely not, they still come by twice a week and say, Anthony, please stop throwing rocks at our house. Don't push your religion on me.
This next joke is incredible.
And they're not even the worst of my neighbors. One of my next door neighbors is a 90-year-old man suffering from Alzheimer's. And every single morning at 9 a.m., he knocks on my door and he asks me if I have seen his wife. Which means that every single morning at 9 a.m., I have to explain to a 90-year-old man suffering from Alzheimer's that his wife has been dead for quite some time. Now, I have thought about moving. I have thought about just not answering my door in the morning. But to be honest, it's worth it just to see the smile on his face.
I fucking love that joke. Oh.
Yeah, for some reason that joke's a crowd pleaser. My grandmother is suffering from dementia right now. She forgets who she is, wanders out of the house and gets lost for hours. It's a problem. So what I did is I tied a bell around her neck. Sounds inhumane, sure, but problem solved. I mean, that thing is really heavy. If you're not laughing right now, the problem is your imagination. Don't get mad at me because you don't know how big bells can get. I remember, like, a couple of weeks after my grandfather died.
He's not he's my favourite. This is the best show I saw last year of all. But I think he's absolutely fantastic.
My father discovered a giant trove of vintage pornography. Frankly, an embarrassing amount of vintage pornography. So I blamed it on Grandpa.
The other thing I like about him is the show's called Fire in a Maternity Ward. It's his second. He's got 2 shows on Netflix. But the favourite thing about him is like if you take all of the jokes about children being tortured or abused or dead babies, then like his act's about 10 minutes long. He's bringing back the dead baby joke, which I think needs to be. It needs a renaissance.
My grandfather died a couple years ago, but he died like a king. No one was even mad. My grandfather died in what has to be the best way possible. My grandfather died in a hammock on a beach in Hawaii during a sunset. That's how I want to go out. Strangled to death. It just seems like fun.
No, but Izzard wasn't doing dead baby jokes. He was a baby on a spike as a different context.
Kill someone. Like, do I have it in me to take a human life? And then I remember, oh yeah, Debbie.
The great thing about him is the more you watch him, it becomes like you start sort of seeing. He's one of these acts where you start trying to guess where he's going to go with the joke and what the punchline is, and he knows that. So then he starts having to sort of think 2 steps ahead of you, and it then becomes this kind of like this sort of mind games between the audience and him. It's like there's like a couple of comedians who have that. Stuart Lee does that, and Tim Vine does it as well. And I love comedians who can sort of like can tell where the audience are going with it. Yeah.
How do you forget Debbie? She was special. Speaking of special, Went to the doctor a couple weeks ago. Found out I'm special. Went to the doctor, took a blood test. My results came back. Doctor told me my blood type is O negative. You know what that means? It means I'm the fucking best. It means I'm a universal donor. It means I can give my blood to anyone else in the world who also has AIDS.
Oh, fucking hell.
I am not afraid to say this. I hate pretty much every single religion in the world. Let me repeat that. I hate pretty much every single religion in the world. Did you know there's a religion called Christian Science? Where they believe that even if their own children are sick and dying, and all they need to save their lives is a little bit of medicine, their beliefs won't let them give their own children that medicine. That's the only good religion. I was like, get me a cup that I can put toothbrushes in.
Oh, Christ. He stole your joke. Yes, he stole the joke. I fucking told you what he did. I told you it was his earlier. I didn't claim it was my joke. I said it was one of his.
Jokes are all well and good. I'd like to take a couple minutes right now and talk about something that is important to me.
This is ironic considering the conversation we were just having.
And I will preface this by saying there's a lot of people right now who say that stand-up comedians should just stick to comedy and not talk about anything else. I disagree. I think that stand-up comedy doesn't always have to be funny. Stand-up comedy doesn't always have to be entertaining. Sometimes it's about speaking truth to power. Sometimes it's about pointing out wrongs in the world, even though it might not be popular. So please, indulge me. With all the terrible things going on in America right now, and you know exactly what I'm fucking talking about. With all the terrible things going on in this country right now, the thing that drives me the most crazy are the people who see all this awful stuff happening and they still flip out over the little things. My biggest pet peeve in America today are people who see all this horrible stuff going on and yet they still overreact to shit that just does not matter. For example, have you ever dropped a baby? Holy shit, do people overreact. You drop a baby in America today, I swear, people hit the roof before the baby even touches the floor.
Anthony Jeselnik, his name. He's this guy. Hold on. There. Hold on. Come on. Show the fucking name, you cunt. Come on. Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. Here we go. Anthony Jeselnik, that was it.
And it's not a big deal. How do I know? Because I do it all the time. In fact, I don't think I've ever held a baby
To completion.
to completion.
Interesting, what? Women in little clothing, yes, fascinating. Shock
And
horror.
you might be thinking, Anthony, how could you drop a baby? You ever held a baby? How could you not? It's so easy. It's a two-step process. Maybe less. Should you ask Anthony, why would anyone ever let you hold their baby? The answer is simple. Negligence. I love it. It's a hobby. The only negative, the only drawback as far as I'm concerned, the embarrassment. People try to shame you when you drop their baby. Even though I almost always make it look like an accident.
See you, Corfager.
That's why this is so great. You ever do this? You ever drop a baby? And then scoop it right back up before anybody sees you? No shit. Best feeling in the world. You just hand the baby back and no one is the wiser. Especially not that baby.
I'll turn this off once this is done. I think
Happened to me just last
I think
weekend.
I've successfully demonetized this video with
I was
this.
at a party. One of my friends came up and said, Anthony, I gotta go to the bathroom. Will you hold my baby? And I tell the truth. I'm always 100% honest. I say, yeah. For a little bit. Held that baby 30, 45 seconds, a personal best. Dropped the baby. Scooped it right back up before anybody saw me. And it was close, too. Had to run down 3 flights of stairs.
Oh, I love him. He's also the only comedian I've seen who's actually managed to do an original and actually quite thoughtful joke about in his last show. He did the whole thing about how there's always a new thing in comedy that you've got to be careful about when you talk about when you're doing jokes, and the current issue that's quite delicate is people who are transgender. Of course, and he says, for my generation, it's kind of a new thing because in my day when I was younger, transgender people were just called men who talk too much. I'm like, finally, a joke that isn't just the "I'm an attack helicopter" regurgitated in a more obvious and fucking less funny way. Oh God, fucking hell! It's 5 p.m. I thought it was like 4:30. Yeah. So is everyone here like? So I'm assuming everyone here is doing nothing on for Valentine's Day. You know, unless this is it. You know. See, this is how good I am. YouTube is recommending my own live stream to me. You nearly got fired. Good for you. Try a bit harder next time. You're in the bath on your own. Well, I would have hoped so. It's freezing in here. Well, then put some water in there. Or are you just sat there amongst the dirty plates and dishes wondering why you're getting cramp? You're in the bath too. Presumably not the same one. That's your morning. What, $5? Right, okay. Well, there you go then. You're also... Is everyone here in the bath? Is anyone here not like, you know, currently naked and soaking in a tub? Because that would be amazing. Is there a record for like the most people in the bath watching a live stream? If there isn't, I'm claiming it now because I got 3. You're in the shower. You're not in the shower, Naji. Don't lie. Don't fucking corrupt the result. You're fully dressed. That doesn't mean you're not in the bath. Yeah, you might be very shy. Or you might just trying to save, sort of like, you know, save on laundry. You're on the loo and in the shower. I'm drinking lots of coffee for Valentine's Day. All right, do you not normally do that then? You take showers, but you're naked. You are a fucking renegade. That's what I like about you, Red Moonblade. You know, you're always there changing the game. You know, I respect that. You're outside playing football and watching my live stream. That's just, you know, your nephews must be fucking shit if you're watching a live stream and typing comments whilst playing football, you know. Your Valentine's Day wank. Okay, just because you're wanking on Valentine's Day, mate, does not mean it's a Valentine's Day wank. Unless, you know, because, you know, it's not, you can't call it a special, that suggests it's a special occasion or it's a special treat. And it's not if it's something you do 7 times a day, every other day of the year. I do like sort of just any, even if it's not, I don't use it to its fullest extent. Fucking, but the Apple, you know, I like any form of, you know, like fancy technology. But the Apple Watch is something I just cannot see the point of, you know, other than just being a flash git to have one, you know. Marcus broke up with it. I don't know who Marcus is, but he's clearly a fool, you know. So that means you're on the rebound. Fantastic. You're going to make pancakes. Okay, that's a good start. See, driverless cars, I just don't think, I think the problem with driverless cars is the whole problem with driverless cars is no matter how brilliant they are, eventually one day it's going to fall in the hands of one of those fucking wankers, one of those fucking wanky fucking cunts who loves to fuck around. It's going to break, and some cunt's going to think he can fix it himself. You know what I mean? Some bloke called Keith is going to fucking buy one, and he's going to think I can fix this myself. And You're going to be on the fucking road, you know. See you, Fidel. You're smoking a wee amount of crack. Well, just a wee bit. That's all you need, isn't it? Just a wee. It's a good job you're not smoking a crack amount of wee. You didn't realise it was Valentine's Day. Don't worry, Carl. If it's any consolation, you were a loser beforehand. You just feel a little bit more insecure about it now. Yeah, but no one does that, you know. And anyone who does, like, doesn't deserve any guy who only chooses to masturbate one day a year doesn't deserve a penis, quite frankly. He should be, he should cut it off, give it to charity, you know. Why would you just not, you know, why would you not do that? Do you know how great having a penis is? You know, penises are the only things that, you know, like men have one, but women have like 5 or 6 of them in a drawer under their bed. Right? That's how fucking awesome cocks are. Right? You've done 3 a day since you were 9. The fact that you've worked out that average, or do you limit yourself to 3? Crack high doesn't last massive. It depends on your tolerance and on, you know, how much you do, and also, you know, the strength of it. But it's not. It doesn't last very massively long. But then, to be fair, a line of cocaine, you know, just sort of standard cocaine doesn't last that much longer. The best way to describe the crack, the sort of reaction you get from smoking crack, it's like, imagine setting fire to a load of plastic bags, inhaling the fumes, and then having a panic attack for 40 minutes. And yet, despite the way I've just described it, when it wears off, you go, "Oh, should we do that again?" You know, that's the best sort of a description closest I can give you. Closest description I can give you that you might be able to envisage. But it's a slightly better version of that, you know. It is. Oh, it's very good. I mean, this is the... I mean, cocaine is awesome. I mean, until you've done cocaine, I mean, like, once you've done cocaine for an extended period of time, like, when you suddenly realise all those, like, news stories where it's got things like, where it's like, you know, this actor or some celebrity did $5 grand worth of cocaine in a weekend. You're like, yeah, I can totally fucking see. I could totally relate to that, you know. I have some actor who's doing like, he's like, you know, he's got 5 prostitutes in a hotel room, giving them, he's doing cocaine with prostitutes in a hotel room. It's like, well, what the fucking hell else are you supposed to give prostitutes in a hotel room? You know. Tara masalata and some fucking raw carrots. Of course you're gonna, you know. You want to try? No, you don't, Naji. Stop trying to be clever. Crocodile's fucking awful, you know. Yeah, well, I mean, coming off, you know, to be honest, there's no pretty or pleasant version of anyone coming off any drug, but yeah, crack and cocaine is that's the one thing that's sort of like, that fucks you in the end. Is the thing about cocaine is it wears off instantly. Like, it's like you're high, bang, crash, and you just go and you just plummet right down. There's no like gradual. Yeah, I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of. I did. The only time I've ever done mushrooms is mushroom tea. I did LSD once and I fucking hated it. I don't like hallucinogenics. You know. Crocodile is like a fucking more lethal version of heroin, which is like as if we needed that. No, it doesn't have to feel good, Naji. Yeah, but Naji, do you know how bad people have to feel to want to do that? That's the difference between, you know, most, you know, is it's not about how good it makes you feel. It's that the feeling you get from it is directly you know, it is inversely proportionate to the how fucking shitty you feel, you know. And it's like, I could kill myself or I could try heroin, you know, just to be able to make it through the day, you know. And here's the thing. Here's what you don't. Let me tell you the fucking gross thing about fucking heroin, right? Because as you sort of, the more you use your veins, the harder it becomes to inject, because your veins start like going wafty and you can't inject into them. And you start off with that one and that one. When they're done, you do the vein in your thigh. When the vein in your thighs is worn out, you do that vein there. You have to stretch your neck out and do that. And if somehow, by some miracle, you're still alive when that vein wears out, what you have to do is you have to pinch your nose, breathe so your eyes go bloodshot and pop out, and you inject it just behind your fucking eyeball. If you make it to that far in, you've won. You've won the game of heroin, but very few people make it that far. Yeah, heroin is no joke. I mentioned this before, but by the time I was 25, I'd had 4 mates who died from heroin. It is no joke. Well, the only other people who do heroin, the only people who do heroin are people who are rich enough to be able to afford A, other drugs, or B, to be able to afford a fucking fancy rehab if they feel they're getting too fucking. But that's it. No one else fucking, you know. Or you're just some insane fucking rock star who's just putting everything in a bag and just shaking it up and getting, you know. Or as they laughably refer to it in music journalism, experimenting with drugs. You know, and I'm not, you know, I mean, I'm not a fan of pretentious fucking language, but yeah, he's experimenting with, yeah, of course he was, yeah. While he was rolling around the floor, fucking giggling, eating Mars bars and wanking like a safari park chimp, he was experimenting. Najee, you're not going to impress me with your top trumps of friends who are junkies. I think I'm going to win this game. I used to buy, one of the guys I used to buy speed from was a guy who used to be, when he was in his younger days, he was 38 when I knew him, and when he was younger, he used to be a member of the Millwall football hooligan firm. Now, for those who don't know, if you're a member of the Millwall football hooligan firm, that pretty much means you're one of the hardest bastards on planet Earth. You know. He was a nice guy, you know. We got on very well with each other, thank fucking Christ. He was 38, he had no teeth. He'd been a speed addict since he was 12 years old. He had no teeth. What do I think of Spice? Never done it. You get hyped on caffeine. Right, well, do you know what, Finish? Keep it that way. You know, there's nothing impressive about that. You know, always understand this. I'm not bragging when I talk about drugs or anything. There's nothing clever, impressive, you know, There's nothing to be fucking proud of, and there's nothing. It's nothing to brag about. In fact, I have a lot more admiration and respect for people who manage to go through their lives, and I'm actually more jealous of people who can avoid. No, I won't. Of course, I'm not going to, Naji. You fucking idiot. Why are you asking a guy who's fucking? Why are you asking an ex-junkie whether he's ever going to do some drugs? For fuck's sake, have a day off. It's interesting, yeah. But I mean, the thing is, is the thing about doing all the stuff you're told not to do when you're younger because it's like wrong and bad. All you do is find out that all the people who told you that you were right. That's all I fucking learnt from it. It was like, yeah. I mean, I had fun. I'd still do it again because that's who I am. I mean, but, drug addiction isn't always about having some. It's not always it's not always like a mental illness or there's something wrong with you. Sometimes being a drug addict is just a simple case of I get bored with life a lot quicker than you do. Dude, you're at the right. Here's the thing: is the myth, is one of the lies of life. People always make this thing about saying that when you're young you can do all this stuff. I mean, bollocks. When you're older is when the time to get fucked up on drugs, isn't it? Because you've got nothing to lose then at that point. Midlife crisis. This middle age, late, or even better, when you're in your 60s, that's the time you want to get on everything. You wouldn't call yourself an addict, yeah, but an addict would never call themselves one, would they? Addict, the great thing about addicts, they don't get enough credit for is, if you've been a drug addict, and it's the only skill I took from drug addiction was like I can rationalize the fuck out of everything. Yeah, but Pyro, here's the thing. The thing is, Pyro, I've now been smoking now for 26 years, and not being funny, last year I entered a marathon and completed it. I'm getting pissed off, quite frankly. I'm at that. I used to do a joke years ago in my stand-up routine about being the first. I'm going to be the first guy to sue a tobacco company because he didn't get cancer, and I'm not even joking at this point. I can see. Thank you. It was you should watch your video. It's one of my favourite videos from last year. It's the only YouTube video I've ever made where it made people cry. What was it? I can't remember the comedian who said it, but it was one of these jokes. It was one of my favourite jokes about smoking. This guy said, "I used to smoke 40 cigarettes a day. Then I had to have a lung removed. So now I only smoke 20 cigarettes a day." What made me kick drugs? Well, I went to the doctors when I was when I was like 26 or 27. I can't fully remember. And he basically said if I carry on, the way I was back then, I'd probably be dead within a year to 18 months. And death is a really great leveler. Death gives you a certain amount of, it really sort of like ties you down. Like, right. And the sad thing is, you still sit there and you aren't sure. You sit there and go, death, sober, oh, fuck it, and I'll give it a go if it's that unbearable. Hunter S. Thompson. Oh, dude, yeah. The reason I'll never take PCP is because of Hunter S. Thompson. I mean, it's the one drug he said he would never do again. I'm like, well, fuck that shit. I'm not scared of anything. I'm not scared of anything. I mean, like, I do find it quite funny though that if I go and buy a bottle of Mountain Dew from the self-checkout, like, you need ID. I'm like, motherfucker, really? It's like, no wonder kids these days are so fucking boring. You need to be 21 before you can fucking buy a pissing Mountain Dew. Christ almighty, I had like five fucking different drug addictions by the time I was 21. I was a seasoned veteran of about 4 different fucking substances at that stage. it's just Capri Sun. Capri Sun and Rothmans. That's it. That's all I got. Yeah, but weed's fucking boring, mate. Weed's like fucking noob. That's like when you get an achievement on Minecraft for opening your inventory. You know. It's like drinking shit, you know. Weed doesn't suck, it's like my dad's done weed. He's 70 fucking 2, you know. Lots of things are relaxing, so's having a wank, but you know. So, you know, just staying awake is relaxing eventually. Yeah, but that's what I mean, it's basic, you know. I was just never a fan of the, you know. Here's the thing, I spent most of my time, and I still do, you know, laying down, watching stupid TV, watching crap TV shows, laughing my arse off and eating junk food. I do that already. I'm not going to take something that just makes me do whatever the fuck I was doing anyway. You know. You didn't wank when you was 8. Well, you know, not with that. It's not a surprise. Well, you know, you didn't have, you know, if you'd have had my uncle. Yeah, weed's nice. Yeah, so's a cup of tea. But, you know, I don't want to take drugs that are nice. I want to take drugs that are fucking dangerous. That's what I love about bath salts. The first time I ever heard about it, it was some geezer walking naked down a highway, eating a homeless man's face. I'm like, now that is a fucking drug right there. This is where we should be. We should have already got to this fucking point. I want to take something that makes me fucking walk down the street, stark bollock naked, and start eating a homeless man's head. That's what I fucking want. Bath salts it doesn't make people climb trees, mate. I mean, it also makes people, like, you know, eat other human beings. I mean, I think that's more severe. If the worst consequence of bath salts was climbing trees, you know, unless you live in Botswana. There ain't no trees in Botswana. I know that. I am a Botswanian lumberjack and I ain't never had a job. No, weed doesn't stop you eating people. It stops you wanting to do anything, you know, because you can't be bothered. Whereas I like stuff that made you fucking go, made me fucking full of energy. It made me fucking brain go 100 miles an hour. Yeah, exactly. That's how I want to go. You know. I want to somehow rig up a system because I don't want to just be found dead on the floor in this room. So what I want to somehow set up a system where, like, if I do die on the floor, like, you know, it sends it triggers off something that sends a message to my mate, who then comes around, puts me in like a rubber gimp suit, leaves loads of animal porn everywhere, ties a belt round my neck, leaves me hanging off the door, you know. Because that's how I want to be found, you know. Coke and MDMA. What are you, a fucking, what are you, is this starter drugs for children? What am I, fucking 12? Ooh, I'm going to have Coke and MDMA. I'm taking a piss. And what you just want is cocaine that lasts forever. That's all you want. Someone could just invent that. That's all I want. I want to be found in a way. I want to be found in a way that A, gets me in the news, and B, is a non-stop, constant embarrassment for everyone in my family. Yeah. that just, you know, that everyone's trying not to fucking, you know, look each other in the eye, because it just causes severe tension and awkwardness. No, see, the only rule I've got when taking drugs, I have one steadfast rule with drugs, and that is I would never ever take a drug that was designed to incapacitate an animal that had a dick bigger than my own arm. Which sounds very specific, but it's the reason I never did ketamine. Dude, enough babies die with the fucking drugs. You know, lots of babies do die when people are on drugs. They're just not consumed. But how long are you soberish? Well, since no, minus 2 instances when I fell off the wagon. Although in all fairness, one of them, you know, one was falling off the wagon a bit, and the other, you know, once, and the other one was actually a suicide attempt. But since basically 2006, minus those 2 indiscretions. But you know, you got to give me a mulligan. See, that's your problem, Il Sinestro. You know, you're too fucking moderate. Can I believe Alice Cooper is straight edge? Yes. He is now, but then look at him. You know, it's just proof that, you know, maybe if he'd done drugs, he wouldn't be so wrinkly. You know. Cooper can do what he wants. He's fucking had his career. He's probably just bored shitless now. He's probably thought he'd be dead by now, so he's just giving it a fucking go. Kay gives you a weak bladder, dude. I'm 40 years old. I'm already going to the toilet fucking twice during the night. The first time I saw Alice Cooper was WrestleMania 3. I thought, oh, look at that, a man made out of fucking a man made out of a biro refill, you know. But if you're looking for fast drugs, there. Yeah, no, it was WrestleMania 3, and then it was Wayne's World, and that was. How long I think Ozzy shouldn't have lasted this long. I mean, I don't believe he's sobered up, because he's still fucking married to Sharon. The point is, when he wakes up screaming, that'll be the point all the drugs have completely worn off. I'm amazed they could tell whether he had Parkinson's. It's not as if he's ever been the most steady-handed motherfucker, wasn't it? You wouldn't give him a fucking can of soft drink, would you? I mean, he had to have been on something to fucking put up with that raging fucking miserable, arrogant, fucking pretentious thunder cunt bitch for 40 fucking years. Jesus Christ. Parkinson's would be a blessed relief. Thank God. You know, I feel sorry for Parkinson's. It's been given the unenviable task of having to kill Ozzy Osbourne. You know. I'm pretty sure he probably died a few years ago. It's just the fucking all the speed and amphetamines in his system that are keeping him animated. You know. Same with Lemmy. You know. He didn't die. The speed finally wore off, and the fucking his corpse stopped twitching. Yeah, but you know why he got Alzheimer's? Because fucking Henry Cooper, mate, knocked him on his ass. He didn't win the fight, but that was the fucking blow that did it. We don't know that. That's just what we in Britain tell ourselves. Because Henry Cooper was English, and he knocked Muhammad Ali on his ass, which was a victory for the, you know. You know, when Frank Bruno lasted like two rounds with fucking Mike Tyson, we considered that a fucking moral victory. The Fury Road. I don't know what that is, mate. I don't know what the Fury. No, I don't watch boxing nowadays. I used to watch it in the 80s and 90s, but I just don't watch it. You know, but I do. You know, I used to. You know, there are so many great fucking characters in boxing. You know, Mike. You know, I used to. Mike Tyson still to this time. I go back and watch old clips of Mike Tyson, and it's just staggering watching him. It's unbelievable. You know, but like him and Chris Eubanks were my favorite. I used to love Chris Eubanks. I loved Chris Eubanks. The first time I saw Chris Eubanks, I loved him immediately because everyone hated him. And he fucking knew it. And he's like, I'm the bad guy. This is my role. And I'm going to fucking do everything. People are going to boo me and I'm going to love it. Yeah, but you see that. I remember that fucking Eric Clapton talking about in an interview saying that he's talking about watching footage of him in the 70s on stage at gigs he cannot remember doing. No, but I just like he was such a character. I mean, he was so I just love I love people who are bonkers, but they fucking own it and they don't give a fuck and they play up to it, you know. And he just used to fuck it, and you know, and he just said he just knew he's like I'm meant to be the bad guy, you know, and so I'm going to do that, you know. Yeah, Nigel Benn, what fucking hell, you fucking all right, fucking mate, you fucking all fucking right, mate, yeah, fucking. Lennox Lewis, who I still am convinced was gay, because ever since I saw him on Through the Keyhole and they showed him around his house, just too many ornaments, perfectly fucking arranged. You know, clearly, you know, interior design, had a thing for lamps, phoned his mum 3 times a day. Do you know what? I never liked Nazim Hamid. I don't know why. You know, he was entertaining, but I could never get behind him. Would be like I would love it for once, just like a boxer played the role, like a good boxer just played the role of the insecure, of like a really insecure guy who's like, well, I'm going to try my best, but fuck it, he's a big bugger. Look at the size of him. I mean, I'm not sure, quite frankly, if I, you know, don't rely on me for fuck's sake, you know. Yeah. Just once it would be nice, you know, but. You know, I remember when Buster Douglas fucking knocked Tyson on his ass, and everyone was like, "Fuck off!" You know, that was amazing. That was, you know, forget that fat bloke who beat fucking Joshua. What's his name for the weight? No, forget that cunt. No, this Buster Douglas, fucking putting Tyson on his ass. No one, even he couldn't fucking believe it. I mean, literally, Tyson must not have slept for a week and been like, and been on morphine to fucking you know, he must have just been a million miles away. Who's the Irish guy? The Irish boxer, middleweight. He was in Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. Forget his fucking name. He was good. Steve Collins, that was it. Yeah, Steve Collins. Barry McGuigan. Yeah, no, not Barry McGuigan. No, Barry McGuigan wasn't ginger or Irish. Yeah. Was he Irish, Barry McGuigan? I thought he was from the north, but no, he was Irish, wasn't he? Who am I thinking of then? I'm thinking of Nigel Mansell. Completely fucking wrong bloke. Completely different sport. Yeah, Nigel Mansell was crap in boxing. Yeah, he was one of the worst boxers. An ethnic paddy. I don't know what that is. I don't think that's a thing that exists, mate. And you could tell Lennox Lewis was good because we pretended he wasn't Canadian, and that's the rules, With a, it's like Greg Gruzetsky in tennis. Greg Gruzetsky was British until he lost, then he was Canadian. Andy Murray was British until he lost, then he was Scottish. And do you know what? If Andy Murray had behaved himself at school, he wouldn't be around at Wimbledon because he'd have been shot. So there's a lesson there. Remember that, kids. Sometimes it pays to fucking misbehave. Conor McGregor is very annoying, but Conor McGregor knows he's very annoying. He doesn't care. He's good enough to get away with it, I think the only time I've supported Conor McGregor was when he was against Floyd Mayweather, because I fucking can't stand Floyd Mayweather. That was my favourite. My favourite ice bucket challenge was 50 Cent challenging Floyd Mayweather. I just remember. I remember his video. It was like 15 seconds long. I can't repeat it because it would involve me using language that would not be. Yeah, but McGregor wasn't being paid to knock out that old bloke at the pub. This was 50 Cent ice bucket challenge to Floyd Mayweather.
This is a special ASLELS challenge for you, Floyd. If you can read one full page of a Harry Potter book, nigga, I'll give $750,000 to whatever charitable organization you want to. Fuck the bucket of ice.
It's just fucking brilliant. It still makes me fucking laugh. And he still didn't do it, He grew on me, 50 Cent. I wasn't a fan of his to start with, but as I've got older, I quite like him. And also it's something about the way he says the N-word that just makes it like he says it with his teeth all clenched and his lips pursed, and it just it's said with such viciousness. Like it's not said in a friendly or jovial way at all. It's like fucking. And I like the fact he put EL, this is an ESLALS, so English as a second language ALS ice bucket challenge. People thought he'd got the words the wrong way around. I'm like, no, you listen to it. He's actually saying ESL, which is English as a second language. Let's have a nice bit of political satire.
Would you like to hear my song about a potato? Yeah! All right. If a potato got into government,
the world would change. And if a potato became prime minister, it would be more than strange. It would be horrible. 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 It would be horrible. Horrible.
leader of the opposition asks what the Prime Minister's going to do.
Slow zoom in on the potato.
Cut to the leader of the opposition asking him again what the Prime Minister's going to do. Cut to the potato. See, it would be horrible.
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 Horrible. And it would be disastrous.
Horrible.
No, still say horrible. Disastrous. Disastrous. Horrible. Montage of the potato in various situations where you'd expect to see a Prime Minister. What was in your montage?
I love it so much.
Trump. What was in your montage? What was in your montage? Also Trump. Anyone got anything other than Trump? That is the end of the song. Thank you.
That's Jay Foreman. He's absolutely fantastic. You should subscribe to his YouTube channel. He doesn't upload too often, but he's absolutely I love that song so much. It's so clever. See, you know why? Because it's clean. It's not blue. Little Japanese baby, what have you done to me? My life will be so complicated now you have come to be. My wife went not so long ago on a business trip to Tokyo, and she came back with a nervous looking smile. By the time she said we'd have a kid, I completely forgot about what she did and thought I was your daddy for a while. Little Japanese baby, you look nothing like me. My friends are going to point and laugh now you have come to be. You probably should be really glad that you never met your real dad, 'cause I bet he was an evil, nasty man. Now don't be too demanding, please, 'cause I'm afraid I don't speak Japanese, but I'll bring you up the very best I can. Little Japanese baby, little Japanese baby, little Japanese baby. It does have a certain sort of like Smith's element to it. It's like sad, but also
Would you like to hear my song about potato?
it's both sad but also funny at the same time. But it's you know when you watch later playlist is just fucking several 100,000 videos too long. The first time I ever saw Jay Foreman, he did all I saw from it. He did this song about called "I'm Glad John Lennon Died," which is basically about him saying it was a bloody good thing Mark Chapman shot him, because we would have had to put up with fucking decades of shite that he would have produced, but we were spared. It's like, I'm glad John Lennon died. But fuck John Lennon.
Royals on the first page, including road rage. Find Maddie, found Maddie, put them in a big cage. Bureaucratic red tape, Facebook gang rape. Calling out Dave in before the country caves in. Ian Huntley gets his own jacuzzi and a gym in jail. It's absolutely true because I read it in the Daily Mail. Bring back capital punishment for paedophiles. Feature on schoolgirl skirt styles. Binge Britain, single mums, pensioners, hoodie scum, oversexed and underage. Horror stories half a page. Criminals get more Spencer's vouchers when released from jail. It's absolutely true because I read it in the Daily Mail. Ban this gay smut, I'm not racist, but car crime, knife crime, hang the cheating wife time, pop stars take drugs, teen boys wear hoods, sports stars have sex, bear shit in woods. Brussels politicians want to stop us drinking English ale. It's absolutely true because I read it in the Daily Mail. Climate gate, petrol prices, potholes, credit crisis, gypsies, Russell Brand, time we all took a stand. Modern art, where to start, trashed a lot of it, apart from statuette, a puppy, 50 quid plus P&P, Muslim women hiding stolen goods behind their veils. It's absolutely true because I read it in the Daily Mail. Take the give blood, immigration like a flood, soft touch, British Isles, cancer from your mobiles, cancer from your laptop, cancer from your roof crop, cancer from your shoes, from your dog, from your pen top. Immigrants arriving on an unprecedented scale. It's got to be the case if it's written in the Daily Mail. They never mince their words in the good old Daily Mail. It's absolutely true, because I gather all my views from the Daily Mail.
And this song will be just as true as it was true in 2010. It is true now. It will be true in 50 years. It was true in 1930, in the 1930s. That's actually, in case you can't work it out, that isn't twin brothers. That is one bloke called Dan. And I saw, last time I was in Edinburgh, I saw him do a live show, and he basically has pre-recorded video of himself and then he does this bit at the end where he's got like an iPhone and an iPad with like 4 different versions of himself all interacting, like it's all pre-recorded. It's so clever. And then he ends with that song, obviously, because you'd have to, God, I haven't done a Daily Mail comment section in a long while, have I? I have to get on that. I just love this video for the title of it, The Existential Horror of Logan Paul. It's like a 19-minute fucking intellectual critical analysis and breakdown of Logan. Why is the song top of what? Why is what song top? What are you talking about? Could you write a sentence that makes fucking coherent sense? Why isn't it top of the? Well, because it's not. I mean, first of all, it was released 10 years ago. I mean, you'd have to change the opening lyrics, but I mean, you'd have to change the opening lyric about Gordon that you could probably write a new version, you know, an updated version, but then, you know, do you want to do the same fucking thing over and over again? What the fuck's it? Coughlin 616 versus Belt. Oh, that's Caffeine Jedi. That's me trying to put my trousers on for 3.5 minutes. It's content, you know, hashtag content. Doug Stanhope talking about Jews, but of course you can't do that these days, can you? You know, PC culture gone mad, you know. No, they wouldn't, you know. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Will's father leaves, you know, classic. You gotta watch that when you're feeling a bit weepy. Just to push you over the edge. Who remembers Basil Marceau from 2010? I can't be the only one who remembers Basil Marceau. Sorry, basilmarceau.com is the actual. Just me? Seriously? Okay. Shocking. You guys need to brush up on your internet history, you know. This is Eddie Murphy getting a Mark Twain award and then talking about Bill Cosby.
How wonderful this is. A wonderful, wonderful thing to be included with some of my heroes, Richard Pryor and George Carlin and Carl Reiner and Lily Tomlin. Who else got this? Bill. Oh, Bill has one of these. Did y'all make Bill give his back? No, because I know there was a big outcry from people. They was trying to get Bill to get his trophies back. You know you f***ed up when they want you to get your trophies back. Get his trophy back too? He should do one show where he just come out and just talk crazy now. I would like to talk to some of the people who feel that I should give back my trophies. Just because you may have heard recently that I allegedly put the pill in the people's chocolate. I wish somebody would come up to my house talking about give up the trophy because you put the pill in the people's chocolate. You get no. I'm not giving back. and who is Hannibal Barris? First of all, Hannibal is a caveman's name. And you don't want to just come on out and push over the apple cart to Hannibal. If I ever see or meet this Hannibal Barrison person. I'm going to try to kill this nigger!
Just once.
That would be awesome if he did that, actually. He should do that just for free from prison. I think Eddie Murphy needs to do an entire sitcom where he just plays the evil Bill Cosby. Like, okay, bitch beard. We all familiar with that? If you're not, you fucking seriously. Anyone who's not familiar with, anyone who doesn't know bitch beard is getting banned. And I'm flagging all your accounts, you know, for disrespect. But oh fucking hell, Jesus Christ. Is anyone fucking actually talking? Come on, there's 37 people in here. Some of you must have fucking something to say. We're not leaving until everyone's talking. These are the fucking rules. Titwag, thank you. Finally, it's something nice. Ah, Charlie Sheen. The blind dude. Well, yeah, no, Edible Naper. Well, I mean, he was never known as the blind dude, but yes. Your inceldom has reached the level where you're unable to express any thought. That's okay. I wish more incels would fucking follow suit. If every incel had that attitude, the world would be a better place. Because we'd never have to listen to these fucking pieces of shit. No thoughts, head empty. Welcome to the fucking internet. You know, that never stopped Alex Jones fans from fucking commenting, or Paul Joseph Watson's fans from commenting, or Dave Rubin's fans from commenting, or Jacqueline Glenn fans from commenting, or Blair White fans from commenting, or Stefan Molyneux fans from commenting, or, well, just fucking list of anyone I've ever made a video response to, quite frankly. Or you. No, I would, you know, well, I used to think that my subscribers were of a, you know, better intellectual class, although every time I do a live stream, I'm left, you know, doubting that quite spectacularly. But, you know, I'm managing to cling on to the delusion that, you know, it's only the people who talk who, you know, who are the sort of lower end of the spectrum. You know, all the people who sit there and just watch, they're sat there smoking a pipe, you know, with a glass of sherry, you know, playing it, you know, with a hand free to play a game of badminton or something. Listening to Bach and, you know, reading Tolstoy or some shit like that, you know. You were getting soup. No idea what's happening. Okay, finish. You've been in my shows enough. You don't need to know what's happening. Hello, hello, Flying Cat. You don't know what's happening. Well, do you know what? Do you know what? If that would be pretty much the case if you'd been here for the entire time and paid close attention to everything that's happened. So, How long have you been streaming for? 352 minutes and 40 seconds. So nothing, really.
With you later. What have you done with? Apologize. Are you totally deranged?
You pompous, stuck up, snot-nosed, English, jacket, twerp, scumbag, fuckface, dickhead, asshole.
Very interesting. You're a true Bulgarian, aren't you? You're the Bulgarian, you fuck! Now apologize! What, me to you? Apologize. All right, I apologize. You're really sorry? I'm really, really sorry. I apologize unreservedly. You take it back? I do. I offer a complete and utter retraction. The imputation was totally without basis in fact and was in no way fair comment and was motivated purely by malice. And I deeply regret any distress that my comments may have caused you or your family. And I hereby undertake not to repeat any such slander at any time in the future.
It's an amazing fucking... there's so many things great about that. That's one of the best scenes. You don't speak English, so you can't say anything. The only English you've learned is literally that. You know? You prefer Tchaikovsky. Well, you know, see, I found in the attic the other day a Stradivarius and a Rembrandt. The only problem was Stradivarius was a terrible painter and Rembrandt made rotten violins. Dude, I would be impressed if anyone would fucking waste their time suing me for libel. Let's test it, right? You know, because the other day I was reading about this this case that I was unaware of that happened, where it was this there was this young lad who was like 17, 18, and he was a stylist, and he worked with a sort of reasonably well known and successful British gay comedian who was no one was willing to name or out. But this young lad was he suffered from severe depression, but he was apparently, and he was heterosexual, but he was apparently taken advantage of and abused sexually by this guy, and he killed himself when he was 18. And no one is willing to publicly say who the comedian was he worked with, but I'll tell you now, it was Stephen K. Amos. There you go. So there you go. So now I've said it now. So you're not an incel. Good for you. Well done. That's a bare minimum, quite frankly, mate. But in that case, come in here and teach us your ways. Best Thunderfoot video ever here.
Burning down the one night.
if Thunderfoot only ever did that, I could totally get behind it, you know. Hey, Genesis. Anybody here has girlfriends? Oh, fuck off. Don't come in here and show off. Well, let's face it, dude. It's Valentine's Day, and these people are watching... Well, they're not even watching me. They're watching... They're looking at a screen of what like I am, watching me click through random fucking old videos on my... on my... unnecessarily long and fucking over... and in desperately need of editing fucking watch later list. You know. And if anyone here does have a girlfriend, then fuck off and go and wax that ass. What the fuck are you doing here? Nothing with me is unnecessary. I would argue that everything about me, from my very existence, is unnecessary. You know. What the fuck? I love that I just got this random video. Marching to Zion, the Jews exposed. I didn't even know, like... I don't even remember when I watched that. This is, you're watching far too much neo-Nazi propaganda when you've got fucking videos like this and you can't remember. Most people would remember watching something like that. Not me. I'll just add it to the fucking pile. Yeah, well, I played my last time I did a live stream. I played my I played both of my Safari. Yeah, I play. Actually, no, I've done that. No, actually, I've played all of my fucking racist website Safari. To be honest, 2 and 3 aren't that. I mean, number 2 is okay, but it's like I didn't edit it really that much. It's sort of like just me scrolling through shit. Number 3 would have been a lot better had the audio not completely and utterly fucking just been utterly almost unlistenable, and that's quite impressive when you think that that's me. They could have a girlfriend and be an incel. Yeah, but you know what? Those people are just showing off. That's worse than just having a girlfriend, because that's like, you know, it's like me wanting to mock bald people by shaving my head. I could grow a full head of hair if I wanted, but I'm choosing to be bald. You know. The only reason I take lots of methamphetamine is because it makes your dick shrivel up, and otherwise it would be fucking dangling around between me fucking knees. So not arrogant at all, favouriting loads of my own videos. Or in my defence, I think I did that because I was trying to that's when I lost my channel and I was having to download everything. I was trawling through the internet, through the fucking... My videos are literally everywhere. Like, if you were to look at the sort of uploading of YouTube videos, all of the mirrors of my content, it would be like the Cambrian explosion with evolution on the fucking... It's like just that there's like a gradual process of Dick Coughlin videos, then suddenly there's fucking Dick Coughlin videos pissing everywhere.